Alright, there we go. Now the YouTube stream is working. Okay, everything should be set up. Alright. I'm here just in time. We did it. Hi, Dane.
今天在开赛前的时候，在后台遇到 Betty， 我问他说：“哎，哥哥到底行不行啊？”他说：“今天绝对 C 一把。”
Alright, I predicted PSG 2-1. I know that PSG's been looking rough this season, but I think they'll figure it out. I do have DFM winning one game because I feel like Aria and Citrus have been looking pretty good, but I think overall PSG's players are just better than all of the players in the lower group. So they should be expected to win pretty much any series they play down here.
每一把都在那个努力，哇！只能说对于 PSG 来说，确实今天的路依旧不好走。从08开始到现在，突破了他们的这个就是整体的面对对手，同样的也是在上周表现相对良好的 DFM。那就版本来看的话，随着在
Also, unlike last week, I actually got good sleep before this co-stream, so I won't be dying by the second series, I don't think.
说他们整体的变化并不多了，还是围绕着他们熟悉的，就是我们过去看到他们的 BP 或者他们游戏的方向在做进行。但我觉得这也是一个合理的情况，因为理论上你输的很多的时候，你队伍也不太敢马上去做太大的调整，你反而会更相信就是你可能在训练赛的一些结果呈现出来的内容，因为你会觉得，你训练赛有效，那理论上你就是照着训练赛的方向去用，你反而不太会敢去做这种我们认为比较新奇或是比较特殊的一些尝试。那相反 ，DFM 则是有点大破大立的这种感觉。他们其实，在上周面对到 SHG 的时候，其实是掏出了不一样的东西。因为其实他们在当时第一局他们用了他们算非常擅长的夜曲球员组合取得的效果，并没有来得那么好。之后他们其实，在2、3局是连续让打野的 Citrus 去玩更多的这种认为比较难出的打野英雄，包括杰，包括塔隆，但反而利用这种方式去打出了一个不错的游戏内容。
Alright, let's see draft. Nocturne ban, that's a target ban on Citrus. Seta ban is a target ban on Cocoon, so PSG are really just honing in on very, very specific team bans. DFM are banning some of the OPs. Aurora, Yunara. Pretty much all of the junglers are still up. Nocturne's not really considered a super strong jungler, so we could be seeing a game with like Vi and Pantheon up. There's the Pantheon ban. Trying to think of what else is strong. So Nico is up. A team could build a comp around that. Rumble is up. Rumble is very strong this patch. Singed is also really strong this patch. Talia is up. We haven't seen any Nautilus jungle yet, but I do think Nautilus jungle would be playable in Pro. Maybe not in a game 1, but something that a team could grab later on. Camera, yeah.
看来要主动去给压力的这些阵容来说，或许没有那么的适合 PSG。
没错，在前面的比赛他们其实
Silas jungle. I don't think we're gonna see Silas jungle. I mean, I don't think Silas jungle is bad, but it's very situational. Like you need the right type of champions on the enemy team in order to pick it. There's Varus first pick. That's pretty standard. Also, we saw Silas jungle one time in LCP already, and it was a fucking disaster. I have no idea what his toe was thinking going Sundered Sky Shojin. He just locked it in and ran it down. I think he did like 4k damage the entire game. Is this a new patch? No, it's the same patch as last week. Yeah, so here's an update for Rumble. Rumble, for pretty much all of eternity, has been bugged. It's been weaker on red side than blue side, because the way that the tick refresh rate worked, and the order of what interactions affect what interactions, red side Rumble would just get one less tick of Q damage and R damage, so it was just always weaker on red side. But on this patch, they finally fixed it, so red side Rumble is actually relatively the same as blue side Rumble now. So it's actually not troll to pick Rumble on red side. Then the answer is going to be Vi Talia, so PSG really just grabbing all of the OP champions. It's a pretty good core going Vi Talia Varus. You get good pushing lanes, mid and bot. You have both Varus and Talia who are able to build space in team fights and objective setups. And then the Vi is kind of there as a potential engage option. It can pair with the Talia shove or the Varus ult. But also, it's not like the Vi actually needs to go in or do anything. If the Varus and the Talia are able to provide enough pressure, then the Vi can just kind of sit there and exist. Then on DFM side, they have the Rumble, which is obviously one of the stronger top laners on this patch. I expect them to also ban out Gwen here. Gwen is viewed as a pretty good answer to Rumble most of the time. Still up and available, would pair decently with the Vi. Yeah, I think DFM should ban Gwen. Then they also have Jhin Nico, which is probably just a lane that they prepared to play against Varus. Jhin and Nico is a pretty stable lane, I would say. You're not really going to find anything that's going to be able to break that lane and really snowball. PSG are banning the Orianna. Orianna is an answer into Talia that we see a lot of the time, so that makes sense. I'm trying to think, what would these teams want to round out their comps? There aren't really many junglers left that have some kind of special pairing with Rumble, to be honest, because usually in order to pair with Rumble you would want either Vi or Nocturne are the two main ones. Nocturne can turn off the lights with the equalizer, and then Vi you can just ult somebody like that. So I'm trying to think, if they really wanted to lean into pairing with the Rumble, they could go something like Maokai. So you could run a Maokai Yone comp, for example. Yone, not considered the greatest matchup into Talia of all time, but you could do it. At least it would make situational sense. Other junglers that are up could be Xin Zhao is up, although it's nerfed this patch, so I don't know if we'll end up seeing it. Interested to see what they'll go with. As for PSG, you could pretty much do whatever you wanted. I still think the Gwen ban never came through, so I think you go Gwen and then probably some kind of engage support. I think this is depending on what DFM pick, it could be a good Leona game. Yeah, Ryze, Jhin, Nico, I think you could totally go Leona here. You could just go something like Gwen, Leona. I guess the only thing that's scary about going Gwen is that she does not match up great in side lane against Ryze later, so that might be something that you would want to think about, but honestly, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Now, Ozzy's not great at Gwen, so he might not pick it just because he's not confident, but if Ozzy is confident, if he does think that he can play the champion, then I would go Gwen. He's gonna go Galio. That's also fine. Galio is considered a fine matchup into Rumble. You can kind of stonewall. I don't know if the Galio actually does anything for their team comp, though. I would have preferred Gwen here, or maybe even something like Yorick. I think that Yorick would have been fine. I don't think you're getting any use out of the Galio ult this game. Nobody on DFM is pressured to go in and go crazy or anything. Guess the only way that you can use the Galio ult is Vi ults in and then you Galio ult on top of her as follow-up engage. And then they are going to lock in the Nautilus, so I wanted Leona or Nautilus. The reason why I said Leona is because usually Leona is pretty good into champions who don't have dashes. So Jhin and Ryze, and Rumble, to be honest, so Leona ult would have been great against all of those. But Nautilus just helps round out their comp. It gives them a solid front line to work with, so the Talia and Varus have more time. So overall, I don't mind what PSG has. DFM went with the Trundle. I don't think this is the easiest game to play Trundle in. Like, Trundle's not that tanky of a champion. Trundle usually goes Trinity Force Rush in Pro. So, and the enemy team has so much CC. I mean, like, all 5 people on PSG have CC. If this Trundle gets hit with anything, because realistically he's their only front line, if Trundle gets hit with anything, he's just gonna get blown up. So I don't know how I feel about that. Overall, I would definitely go with PSG's comp. I don't think that DFM were able to find anything that makes use of the Rumble that well. Like, they don't have any tools to pair with the Rumble equalizer. So a lot of their picks are mostly just there as, hey, this pick is either strong or it's playable into what the enemy laners have, and I don't really think they thought about it much past that. Trundle Rise is a very common mid-jungle pairing, but it's a high execution pairing that I do not think that DFM will be able to pull off. I don't even trust some of the top 5 LPL and LCK teams to play Rise, so I'm definitely not trusting DFM. Honestly, as a whole, I kind of want teams, unless it looks just insane, unless it's just an insane Rise spot, I kind of want LCP teams to just stop picking it. I don't think that teams are good enough to do it. Maybe I would be okay with CFO trying it, but that's about it.
因为这场的重点，毕竟你选的是法洛世家纳第50，是随时有可能被下路越塔的。DFM 一定是能推线，所以前期的策划 PSG 还是得要去抓一下，甚至是巩固好自己野区的状况。
那这把我其实就会特别想看到
Let's see, it doesn't look like we're getting anything special level 1.
因为对于他们这支队伍来说，其实
Which is interesting, because usually when one team is Vi, you want to do something level 1, so the fact that DFM aren't willing to do anything to set the Vi behind is kind of upsetting to see. I mean, their level 1 as a whole isn't that strong to begin with, which is another thing that I just don't like about DFM's comp. Like, they saw the Vi super early, so the fact that they didn't pick anything to be able to punish the level 1 is just bad in my opinion.
一开始的碰撞是用辅助的血量换了 AD 哦。
对，通常你选弹符打到尼可的话，你一级是要想办法去换他的状态的，这点蛮重要，因为你有换到状态，他才不敢肆无忌惮的去做到前压。
而且不止换了治愈哦，还换了光盾了，线是要被推。 但是在整体的状态上来说，没想到是 PSG 这里比较占优。中路位置 Maple 前期的一个推线压制非常明显的。
We'll see what happens. I mean, it's like interesting because I think that the only way that DFM can take games off of PSG is if their mid jungle overperforms, because I think that PSG have a better top laner and a much better bot lane. So unless DFM are finding ways to gap in mid jungle, they aren't going to win the series. So it would make sense to kind of have the high execution mid-jungle duo with the Trundle Rise, where it's on them to be able to carry this game. But I don't know, I just don't like it.
然后配合打野开始往某一个半区去做压制。是。对，那另外可能就是你提早解放辅助的游走，让辅助去介入另外的2条线路。
We'll see. So this is why they picked the Jhin Nico, by the way, is because it's one of the only combos that exists where you can get push against the Varus. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything with it, but it's why they picked it.
来到了可能要被越塔的时间点，也就是双方打野刷完了第5摊、第6摊的一个时间点。PSG 知道有可能会被做一个进攻，视野先插。
See, I feel like if you're ever in a game where you're just trading full clears with a Vi, you're doing something wrong. I don't know.
做一些沟通，在下半部的位置绑到致命伏笔，全部的技能，哎，左打一个，右打一个 ，DFM， 光看他们这样的一个打法就知道比较有余裕啊。我左边一个，右边一个。
而且有利用草丛哦，所以有换到更好的一个状态。没错。那因为下路没线的关系哦，所以有看到其实前面卡萨是由上往下刷，但这里也是选择先去拿上半部的河蟹。
是的。也至于今天看能不能做到，他们今天的主轴就是跟他们以前的队伍是不太一样的。
We'll see. I mean, something else that's interesting about these team comps is that neither mid laner is actually that great at scrapping it out early. Neither mid laner has an ultimate that assists with direct combat power, so I don't actually know what the teams are going to be thinking around first dragon and grubs. Who do I think wins early objective standoffs? Probably DFM. They have Rumble, which is a lot of damage. The Equalizer is really good for fights like that. And then the main thing is that I think that Trundle with ultimate on that timer, on those early timers, is probably kind of unkillable. Like later on in the game, once we get to 1-item spikes and 2-item spikes, I think Trundle's really going to struggle. But at the Grubs fight, maybe DFM can send it. And then if PSG try to fight it, and they play into Trundle ult and Equalizer, they might just get stat checked. Going to bed, enjoy the games. Good night, Soul. Wow, going to bed before 3 in the morning is pretty unusual for you.
他晚了一波回家，把 CS 打到持平以后，多一波的这个状态，应该金钱量也没有多一点啊，就是经验来说多一点。
这样的好处就是它是炮车线处理完再去做换线的，对，以兵线的亏损来说，你会亏得比较少。
这波推完就走。
What? Do you think I'm wrong? Or are you going to tell me that I'm incorrect?
而在中路位置已经解放了第一波 PSG 的辅助，在换线过程中，让乌迪可以来中路给点压力。
其实 PSG 这个角度来说，正常算是 PSG 就认赔。
Let's see where Rumble runs here. Looks like Rumble's running top side. I don't know where Rumble's going. Okay, so something's happening mid. I was staring at the minimap. They just straight up almost killed Talia. Okay, that's my bad. I completely missed it. Because I was staring at Rumble trying to figure out what lane he's going to. I don't think this Rumble knows where he's going still. He hasn't gone anywhere. I guess he's going to go bot, and then DFM are going to try to start the dragon, and then he's going to go back top again. Or what's the deal? I don't know, this is so weird. I feel like if PSG knew what this Rumble did, they would have hard shoved the wave, because Jin would have just lost it all. This is your normal bedtime. From my experience, that is not true.
所以 PSG 本身要做进攻的时间点，还是要在6等以后嘛。毕竟他们前面在3选的情况下，是以塔利亚跟菲艾做组成的体系，就看一下中野的联动能不能在这时。
PSG are moving in to contest the red buff.
可以说是主动的往对面野区去撞。
I don't know if this is great for them. Depends. If Trundle hits level 6 off of these Krugs, I think DFM might be down to fight. Let's see. Okay, Trundle got level 6. They might send it here. Let's see. Where's the pillar? Pillar's pretty good. Arya's here. They're doing damage. I think Trundle's gonna go crazy in this fight. Yeah, I mean, this is just what I was saying. Like, PSG can't fight on this timer. I don't know exactly what they were thinking.
他并没有因此被骗到，专司技能没有交出来，但这波 DFM 要打便来打，打赢了一波4打4的团。
You just fail to fall asleep a lot. Well, why don't you recraft your entire sleep schedule to be even more degenerate so that you can stay up on weekends and watch all the games with me? Did you ever think about that one? But yeah, that was a complete disaster for PSG. This team doesn't use their brain ever, I swear to God.
Oh, 这雷兹也是爽的，这个E技能、Q 技能全部打满了，
法术涌动全挂上去了。
No? What, you just hate me?
伤害不足啊。
I'm not worth it?
这局打了第一波，以结果来论是惨的，但是以开战过程来说 ，PSG 是敢的，敢打了，看到就打，但也出了点问题。
Unlucky. My bad.
碰撞让右边，尤其是 AD 的角度，卡昆选手。
Looks like Karsa was able to sneak in there and take one Void Grub. But he can't even start the Dragon. It's usually pretty bad for Vi teams if they can't start the Dragon. I still think that PSG have the better comp. I just think that they played the early game out terrible, and now they might lose. You have to get up early, Shalot, and you need a lot of sleep. Wait, what do you need to get up early for?
没错，
对，因为如果让对方雷兹跟特朗德就是处理完，就一个先去吃野怪上6，另外就处理完兵线过来，那反而自己会变成一个被包夹的情况。那因为你在脸上的关系，所以塔利亚的盖墙可能就比较难去做释放。是，对对，是等于是你在交战的情况底下，你就是比较劣势。
That therapist is evil. I don't know why they're making you wake up early.
连续的换线，连续的吊点来拖一下对面的换线时间，甚至 PSG 还叫
Waking up early is one of the worst things ever. You'd think a therapist would know that.
甚至能再往前追一点。哇，这波拉扯的时间其实是有的哦。DFM 也被迫的得要让打野或者是相关的人员过来 cover， 就是中路都跑过来，就要画出一条路线，让卡孔可以回到下路吃兵。这波一来一往 ，PSG 正在尝试的用下半部的一些拉扯，想办法把 Betty 本身落后的一些经济，在这阶段去追回来。那依旧不好受哦 ，DFM 目前的这个对线状况比想象中都好的太多了，不论是下路半部的领先。
Honestly, even though DFM were able to get 2 kills, I still just like, I don't know, I just can't, in my head, I just can't picture a way for them to actually win the game. Just looking at the team comps, it seems so difficult for them to do anything. Because like, I'm trying to think about how they could play. But it's already 10 minutes, so they're not going to get sold anytime soon. Like 10 minutes, no dragons are down. And then there are no item breakpoints where they win, I don't think. Like, as soon as everybody on PSG hit 1 item, I don't think DFM actually win on even item spikes ever. So like, they have to push the pace of the game in order to win, I think. Let's see what's going on here. They're just going on the Trundle right now. He's rooted from the ult. Let's see, I mean... This is what, I don't know. It's like, I feel like what just happened to Trundle right there is going to be what will happen to Trundle in every fight, except it'll just be increasingly worse over the course of the game. Because nobody even has items yet on PSG, and they were still able to one-shot the Trundle essentially. And then once Trundle dies, DFM just have no frontline. They have no frontline, and their range is pretty low. Like, Jhin has pretty long range, but Jhin is not carrying fights until he gets like 4 items. Rumble's range is pretty low, Ryze's range is really low. So, I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. It's just hard to imagine. It's like, how are the fights supposed to go? Like, Nico goes in and ults, and that's the engage, but then you just have no follow-up engage. There's nobody else on your team who can go after you. You just have to like Nico ult and then Rumble Equalizer on top of it, and then Jhin ults, and it's just, I don't know, it just, the team fight seems so hard to execute.
Tape 假装是小兵，哇，那 Betty 应该是 tape 按到底哦 ，tape 看2下应该是知道有人，同时下半部又要做一波集结。
There's Nico flash.
铁毛钩
Just had to flash out of a dry hook.
把的魂给勾走，交了闪现。这波下半部开始给压力，甚至把 CS 的状态给追回来。PSG 靠着抓了对面的打野，顺势补强了一波下半部的视野之后，目前辅助的游走搭上下路的发育，已经全部拉了回来。
PSG 看起来是刻意有在线路处理上做一些设计啊，就是可以看到他其实反而是在兵线会回推自己家的时候，他
I think PSG are gonna win every fight from now on, unless they just misposition horribly. Like, unless Karsa just ults onto the backline by himself and then just gets one shot before the fight even starts, I think PSG win every fight from this point. Like, the way that Karsa should play this game is that he should just ult the Trundle every fight. Like, the PSG should jostle for position until they feel like they're in a spot where they're not going to get like 5-man Deco ulted or something, and then they should just blow their entire combo on Trundle. That's how they should play these fights. Vi ult the Trundle into Varus ult, into Galio ult. You can even Nautilus ult too. If you kill the Trundle, DFM can't play. 隐藏在小兵之中的打法，让 PSG 在对线的过程中打的是格外的小心的。现在中线的状况依旧是没这么乐观，但 DFM 本身的阵容我们也提到，有那么点。You can see that Trundle went Sundered Sky Rush. Usually this is not a good rush item for Trundle, but he probably just went it because he thinks he needs to be tankier. Harp is just inting. That's like not even the first time this game that Harp has done that. Because he also had to blow his flash. I feel like there are so many supports in this region who just have no concept of warding with their team. A lot of the supports in this region, like Kai Wing, Gang, Harp, they all just walk in blind and then just try to ward. No lane pressure, no playing on the same side as jungle, no nothing. They just try to place wards that they can't place and they die.
只能仰赖 Harp 的开团，或者是 Area 的边线带动，战术相对单一，对 PSG 来说绝对是一件利多的事情。但就要看5v5打团那个画面怎么样了。不过对 DFM 来说，确实这个战术相对会进入比较单一的局面。PSG 走到了预示者附近，已经在10秒前率先站住。DFM 的角度全招都有的，是有打的本钱的、哦，甚至连 Renfaki 选手都准备往上走了。 另外一边也在靠阿兹也赶过来，双方准备要在预示者附近大打出手，但 PSG 的目标反而是先巩固上半部，似乎是想抓上半部 DFM 过来推线的人，但 DFM 是全人集结在中路的，上路没人推。这波确实 DFM 打的，为了预示者
See DFM are posturing over the Herald. I really don't think this is going to be good for them. We'll have to see. They need like a perfect combo to win this fight, I think. There's Karsa. Okay, Equalizer wasn't great. Let's see what they do. Let's see how they play this. Karsa's just ulting onto the backline. Galio ult's going to come through. I mean, like, this is just... They're doing the exact thing that I said that they shouldn't do. Like, Karsa went crazy out of his mind trying to just engage on the Jhin. And he just died for it. And the sad part is that it's going to be good for them. Like, the fight was still winning for them. They played the fight, essentially, as badly as possible. And they still won.
我感觉第一时间其实 PSG 团战可能还是有一些混乱的情况哦。
Like if Karsa just queued the Trundle and then ulted either the Trundle or the Vi and then Galio ulted over top, the fight would have looked way better because the entire team would have been able to play together and just hit. They would have started out the fight just killing 2 people, and then you can play from there. Nobody has to die. But instead it was just like a 3-for-2 or a 4-for-2 or something. Like imagine Vi just ults the Rumble and or the Trundle here, and then Galio ults over top of that, and then that's the fight. If that was the situation, then Nautilus wouldn't have died, and Talia wouldn't have almost died. And then obviously the Vi wouldn't have died either. Messy team fighting.
地蠢选手知道在野区里面是跑不过塔利亚的，选择反打但没有成功。回到下半边 ，DFM
Looks like DFM were able to use the tempo to get the dragon though.
去拿没问题，第2条小龙。
Wish we had seen what the setup was. Unfortunately, we were watching a 1.5 minute replay, so we didn't get to see anything. Gotta love that.
这把对 PSG 虽然打出了一波不错的团战。 但接下来的考验才正要开始呢，敢不敢打，要不要碰撞？因为他们现在打团战的优势确实是比较高的。
那可能配合上还是他们需要去注意到的地方哦。就以刚刚的情况来看，如果不是贝蒂的大绝有把雷兹的大绝给打断的话，其实DFM 是有机会靠着雷兹的牛栏之金来到一个更安全的。
Doesn't matter anyway now that these teams are going to Worlds. I mean, that's the frustrating thing though, is that I feel like PSG is a team that could go to Worlds, you know. So it's like I would prefer to at least see them play like humans. So that way I can feel slightly better about them.
不过为了让预示者最大化，必须要先用上下的边线去牵扯一下，至少是要让对面的人员来不及集结。尤其是特朗德哦，我们都知道特朗德其实在守预示者这方面是很有一套的，就看 PSG 能不能把预示者用到最为好的一个效果。
可能就必须要利用转线的方式来找到特朗德的位置。 对，因为不然你确实遇到特朗德或者是巴德之类。
I don't know. I just hate replays. I want to know how DFM just got the second dragon so easily. I feel like that should never happen. I don't know.
也是要在上下两边抓到一波很好的推线优势。阿兹已经开始拆塔了。DFM 的目标完全是没有想理上路的意思，是下半部想做一些包夹。 但这一拍一拍的，塔就差那么一下，守塔就要落在 PSG 这喽。以 DFM 的角度，其实很难守备。
Ozzy could have taken the turret, but he chose not to because they had no vision on Trundle. Trundle's just gonna pillar the Herald. Let's see. You probably drive this bot, right?
这波是骗了特朗德过来，特朗德也在跟他比，但特朗德又走的，预示者又跑的。
I don't think this crashes, by the way.
在追他，这波是怎么追逐大战？但他追
Let's
不
see.
到预示者。预示者
Oh, it did get the crash. It must have had like 0.2 seconds left on it or something. It's a pretty thin timing window to be able to hit that. Let's see. They ulted the Nico and killed him. There's the Galio ult. Let's see. Varus isn't even here. PSG are just fighting without their main damage dealer. Ends up being a 1-for-1 and they got turret. Bet he's gonna have to flash here. Okay, why did DFM not chase that? They could have gotten Varus' flash, I think. Oh, they'll kill the Trundle. Alright. Messy game.
他看到了特朗德，
对，看到那个，然后看到正主来了，正的那个来了，
快走快走，
马上绕跑哦，不可以给他讨到在哦。
哇，这波跑得很快。
Okay, they got the root on Varus. He's just dead. He doesn't know how to count to 4. Nico was a minion, and she just walked up to him and rooted him. Nice. Peak gameplay, let's go.
防到尼可变小兵这一点哦。
就没有人这么专注到可以每秒都按 tab 的，
因为这边其实对 PSG 来说应该是已经算是结束他们的。
They did get the Varus flash. This is true. Yep, they got the Varus flash.
把兵线给清理完，赶快去回补，所以可能没有意识到这一点。
是，但哈维已经偷偷摸摸的在可能复活的瞬间就变成了小兵冲了过来。不过在守塔方面的话，看起来还是有 PSG 成功去获取吗？
You know what's funny is that I was actually watching some old Karsa games from back when he was on Victory 5, when he was on V5. And he was, I don't know, he was so good. I miss that Karsa. I want him back.
动画或者一些电影可以说什么强风吹拂啊，开始跑啊，开始跑。我跟你说比较写实一点，就是看到拦截，看到拦截哦。
This is actually fine from Karsa, just ulting the Nico. It's probably the best he could have done. He was gonna die anyway.
对，阿志是因为他是交 TP 在大绝啦，所以稍微慢了一点，没有办法把卡萨给保住哦。
是。而另外一边是 Betty 想走
Betty walking in this direction is kind of insane in my opinion. I don't know. I really feel like that. Okay, first of all, the equalizer was fucking terrible. Like you never put it there because the Varus isn't gonna run in the. Okay, you put the equalizer like in the choke where his escape is, so that way you force him to run the Trundle or like walk in Trundle's direction. I don't know. Disaster game. Anyways, looks like while we were in the replay, everybody's favorite replays, PSG set up their combo on the Jhin and killed him. They should get the dragon from this. Hello, Arya? What is this? Greatest rise ult of all time, nice.
用闪现换了 Area 的闪现 ，Area 才成功逃走。
另外一边，卡萨是已经先去把小龙给拿下来了。
When do I think replays should be used, if at all? Replays should be used for major objective team fights. When there's not another objective up. Because there's a lot of things that happen in team fights that you might want to rewatch because it's hard to watch an entire team fight because like if team fights get split or if there's like a lot of people doing a lot of things, it's nice to see that. But they should really only be used for that. They should not be used for isolated plays that we just saw on our screen 15 seconds ago. And they should also never be used right before an objective has spawned or if another important objective is up on the map. Because being able to see how teams are setting up objectives is like super important. It's like most of the game, to be honest. It's like a super objective-centric meta right now. Like, objectives are more important right now than they've ever been in the history of the game. So, like, we need to see those setups, I don't know. Harp is so bad, I don't know. This is the third time this game they've done that, by the way. Third time that this Nico has walked in and either had to blow summoners or died because she's just trying to get vision on her own without working with her team.
后面就是站同样的位置。
没错，大家在玩英雄联盟的时候，总是要滑鼠左右点，但更重要的其实是。
Who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for PSG just because I want them to not be shit. Because like PSG have like some potential to not be terrible. DFM's gonna be terrible no matter what. So. Also, I don't even know what the fuck Harp is flashing there for. I don't know what his plan was. Even if he doesn't die right after he flashes, what was he going to do?
无法察觉，就让 PSG 抓到了一个非常好的机会，中路的外塔也就这么的被中路的一波集结给打破了。哇 ，DFM 比较遗憾哦，他们的阵型下位的优势并没有扩展到后续的效果，而在中上野的组合性上，目前雷兹的边线也没有太多的进展。
一方面跟他们团战的配合的难度比较高是有关系的。是。哇，后面想抓一下屋底，中路也想。 来做禁逼，不过 PSG 人是来到了战场，卡萨。
Okay, let's see. They're going on the Jin. They one-shot him. Flash taunt hits 2. Pretty nice. Verisol on top. They're definitely going to get Baron off of this. Let's see. How should they use this Baron? All of the tier 2s are up. Dragon is spawning in 220. Honestly, I think that you go top with this Baron. I think you, like, play top mid. You play on 2 lanes, top mid. Top wave is looking pretty good for you right now. So you can take the Baron, reset, run top mid, try to play for the top tier 2, and then mid tier 2. Maybe you can play for the top tier 3. And then once you have, like, that massive pressure, it'll make playing for all of the dragons a lot easier. Because you can push in those waves really deep. I mean, you could just see the massive comp gap that's happening. Like, part of it is DFM just running it down, but another part of it is that PSG's comp is just so much better. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I would say better, but it's so much easier to play, and DFM is not a good enough team to actually know how to play a fucking double-ranged bot lane pressured duo for Prio plus a Ryze Trundle. Like, that comp is so difficult to play. Let's see, looks like PSG are running out bot. They're going mid bot maybe? They have the Galio top right now. Galio has teleport. Interesting. They're kind of not playing for anything right now. I mean, I guess it's fine. They're syncing up their waves. What do they do? I guess they just rotate bot, get the bot tier 2, and then go to dragon. I guess it's fine. I don't know. I kind of think that in a game like this, top tier 2 is more important than bot tier 2, but it'll be fine anyway. Like, they get relatively the same thing accomplished. Okay, if they walk top... Okay, whatever. We're just walking topside now. Shouldn't you have done this in reverse order? Shouldn't you have gone top first, gotten the top tier 2, and then walked mid bot so that way you can go back to the dragon easier? Why are we, like, pathing away from the dragon? Ryze is gonna die here. Jin flash. This is a pretty ugly combo from Karsa, but it's fine. They might end the game here. It's just Rumble with no ult. Maybe the game is over. Would be nice, get us to game 2. Okay, Betty, come on, just hit the turret.
前面利用好他们打团组合上面的优势哦。我觉得相对于他们上周表现来说，我觉得他们在开团方面是又变得更加果断了。
准备要来恭喜 PSG 看到怎么样的状况来结束这场比赛呢？稳稳的。
It's just the wrong kind of comp for DFM to be playing. I don't know why they drafted like this.
PSG 拿下第1场比赛。
整体来说，我觉得算是有把他们状态给调整回来的。过去我们面对到 PSG 的时候，我们其实会讨论到一点，就是他们在团战前其实犹豫不决的情况是非常多的。
是，
对，在这个拉扯过程中，反而是容易被对方给先出手，先把自己队内的一个人员给抓掉。但其实，在今天的比赛来说，他们反而是没有出现这样的情况哦。虽然还是会讨论到就一些在开团的配合上面，是不是应该把目标再确立得更好。但是我觉得他们有调整好一点，就是至少在选择这波团打不打上面，他们没有再做过多的犹豫。
是的。而在 DFM 的话，这边就比较遗憾了。我们在他们的阵容既然已经选下来这样阵容的情况下，他们势必得要策划的会是晋加尼可的组合，在压制的过程中怎么去跟达尔联动。我们很常看到这种所谓的塔杀。
Look how miserable the damage chart looks.
选择双人组跟着对面的双人组去做对位，想尝试用
I don't even know who to say the
来尝试去做进攻，但对面就是不断
the best player on DFM's team was this game. They all played pretty bad.
只有在 CS 的领先上取得了优势。
对，所以比较可惜的就是没有好好的利用线路上面
I
的
don't
优
know. I
势。
guess I'll give it to the Rumble. The equalizers weren't good, but like
所以后面就
at least he wasn't actively running
还
it
是回
down.
到他们过去游戏的问题，就是你最后没有办法，你就只能再把 AD 给放到了中路，然后再想办法让 Hub 的游走去往2条的边线尝试抓机会看看。但以这一把来说，除了第一波野区的防守来说 ，DFM 其他波的团战似乎
Just a series of comical misplays this game. Let's crank out the Lodal here. Mana melee. So this could be like Alawi. Would match all of these. Oh my gosh, we got it in 2. Big. Locked, loaded, and ready to rocket. Is this a Jinx voice line? No. Who else uses rockets? This is like a very energetic quote, so like I'm trying to think of like who uses rockets and is also energetic. I don't know, I don't feel like using brain cells. People say Trist, Rumble, and Quirky. I'll try those in order. Apparently it's Trist. I actually play Trist. I should have known that, probably. Okay, this looks like a poison keg, but I actually don't know off the top of my head what this is. That's not the icon for, like, Singed Poison Trail, is it? I've never paid close attention to that icon. I can't think of, like, any other ability that this would go with, but it just seems like a weird visual. Yeah, why is that his Poison Trail icon? Why is it just like a vial of poison? Who thought this was... Okay, whatever. Sheep. I might be stupid, but I can't think of anything. Like, the best I've got would be, like, maybe Ornn, but I feel like if it was Ornn, they would use a ram, not a sheep. Like, the only other connection I could make is, like, sheep equals Poro. Which could equal, like, Braum or something, maybe, but I don't know. Like, both of those seem like crazy stretches. I don't think there are any straight up sheep champion. And I don't think there are any champions that are like based on wool either, so I don't really know what they're going for. Can't think of any champions that are like based on cotton either. I don't know, give me another emoji. A wolf. Oh, it's Kindred. I guess that makes sense. Splash. Is that... Wait. I feel like I know what this splash art is. Is this like base Vi or something? I feel like Vi's backdrop is similar to that. Oh my gosh, it is. Nice. Well, I didn't do too horrible, I guess. Let me go build all. Jungle doesn't know jungle. Okay, well I didn't think it was a lamb. I thought it was a sheep. Is there a difference? Wait, is a lamb a type of sheep? Okay, so yeah, lamb or baby sheep. Okay. Alright, what am I looking at here? This is a fucking, the, like, Bomby Cinder. Alright, item. So this could be, like... Recurve bow matches this, chain vest matches this. I wonder if it's like chain vest, Negatron cloak, ruby crystal. Does that build into anything? That has to build into something, those items. Maybe it doesn't. I can't think of any hybrid items that give that much stats, other than like Jackshow. What is Jackshow built out of? Does Jackshow have a Giant's Belt? Let me think about what else it could be. What other items could it be? It could be like... Here, let me check the time. Minute. Could be... Don't think it's a support item. I don't think... Like, all the support item components have multiple things attached to it. Like, Bandle Glass built out of 2 things, and Bandle Glass is in, like, every support item. It's not any of the tank support items either. I don't know, my initial gut reaction is that it's Jack Show. I might have the build path wrong. Okay, so it's a chain vest and a ruby crystal. So I guess this is not a Negatron cloak. This isn't Thornmail, right? I think that if this was Bramble Vest... Okay, so first of all, if it was Bramble Vest, it would be fucking 2 chain vests, so I don't even, or 2 cloth armor, so I don't even know why I said that. So that can be ignored forever. My mouth is not open. What else? It has at least 150 health and 40 armor. Or is chain vest 45 nowadays? No, it's 40, okay. So what items give that much armor and that much health? And what the hell is this? So this doesn't have a null magic mantle in it. It doesn't have a ruby crystal or cloth armor. It's something completely unrelated. We'll come back to it. We're about to get into draft, I think. Did DFM choose red side? Okay, that's crazy.
好像对上 MVK 的比赛的第2把，他们也是主动选择了红色方，就是开始在红色方有比较多的尝试了。就是所有的队伍现在面对红色方跟蓝色方的解，并不是永远都是万用的答案。
通常来说，你这样要么就是会在边位上做一些设计嘛，你要去开一些特定的角色出来，要不然就是你觉得你红方的1、2选有什么高价值的东西，或者是你红方的3选，你有特定的角色要拿，但是你需要额外再花2个 ban 去做到。
Iceborne, it could be.
哇，那在这把就要看一下 DFM 能不能
It could be a Sheen, yeah.
比较好的处理。
Nice.
Good
job on that one. I probably would have had to think about that for like 10 minutes. I never build that item.
这在官方也是确认过之后，就是让它贴着，这样子比较舒服的情况下。
有一些状况。
没错，所以也就是让它贴着，这样子在比赛的过程中，它会相对比较舒服一点。那在这把比赛要迎来的第2场，对 PSG 来说，没想到还有一场蓝色方的机会。哇，而且这把我们前面 BP 也已经看到了，在互相交锋的情况下，其实所谓的斗士型打野还是放在外面。
Alright, so we've got same bans coming out from PSG, the Nocturne Santa target bans. DFM are also banning the same stuff, Yunara Azir. Pantheon is still up, I expect that to be banned. Other strong champions left. Oriana is up. Gwen is up. They're gonna go with the Wukong ban.
左边右边 DFM 能不能接？这时间点究竟能不能吃
Gwen banned, so Kai'Sa's up as well. With Gwen banned, PSG could also grab some tanks here, so they could go for like a Scion or something if they wanted to, which is something that Ozzy is not bad at.
这把选红色方似乎真有点道理了。问一下阿志，安比萨欧罗拉可不可以？应该是在沟通哦。最后是先拿。
Yeah, there's the Pantheon. Okay, I mean, like, I think that Pantheon first pick is the best thing you can do, but we saw PSG fucking throw up all over their keyboards the last time they tried to play a Pantheon comp, so we'll see if they've figured anything out. See, if DFM were really hard set on countering the Pantheon, they could go something like Poppy, but I doubt we'll see that. There's the Aurora. What junglers can you pair with Aurora? Xin Zhao is up. That's a decent pairing with that champion. Looks like they're not going to go jungle right now. They grabbed the Corki.
先保障一下卡库能够去拿的角色哦。确实，三娜在被封锁完之后，其实以他这里的角色池来说，顺位比较高的可能就是包括库奇，包括西维尔。
没错。
I guess you grab Corki because it's one of the marksmen that's better into the Pantheon. Corki can actually kind of dodge out on Pantheon's ult a bit.
现阶段上半部可能相对比较稳定的。
What mid laners could you pair with the Pantheon? You could go Annie. Annie's probably the best one. They're gonna go Victor. Oh, I don't know if I like that. I feel like you want a mid laner who can actually like provide some kind of setup for the Pantheon. They are gonna go Mbessa, so that's pretty good. Mbessa Pantheon is a nice little side lane combo.
单体破坏能力还是足够的。那右边这时间点亮的是一个打野，如果是一个赵信，这把比赛的话，其实说不定欧罗拉跟库奇的位置到现在 PSG 还没有办法确认哦。但是
And Bard. Alright, so they're going to Bard because it counters... The Bard can engage onto Victor, and it can also counter Mbessa's engage, so... That pick is fine, I guess. I'm not super convinced that if you show Quirky Bard this early, that you're not just gonna get hard countered in some way. This would be the type of situation where if Betty and Woody wanted to play like an Ashe Seraphine, or if they wanted to play an Ezreal Karma, one of these lanes, they could bust that out and just completely abuse the Quirky Bard.
我只能跟你说，大概是谁？这哪一位？我接得到，我接得到。我小打棒球的，我真的接得到。我管你接不接得到。你帮我接那个 ID。
So they're banning Zed, so now they're targeting Citrus's champion pool. The other assassin that Citrus has played before is Talon, but I think that Talon is pretty homeless this game.
我说还是连塔隆都在按一下，就是给这个 Citrus 一点尊重啊！1700分，玩最多的就是什么杰跟塔隆。
But yeah, I would say that I think that PSG should look for some kind of lane dominant 2v2 bot lane, which is something that Woody is capable of playing. Then as for DFM, what do you want to go here? I still think that like Xin Zhao is on the table. Would be a nice jungler that you can pair with the Aurora, and then after that you probably are gonna want something tankier topside. You could go Cassante. Cassante is usually considered as to having a pretty good matchup into Mbessa. You could also go Renekton. I think that's probably a pretty good 4-5 is just Renekton, Xin Zhao. I can't think of anything better that you could go. Maybe you could go like Renekton Ivern could be playable. I really don't think that PSG needed to ban Talon. I think it's a terrible Talon game. They are going to go Cassante. Let's see, PSG, what do you got for me?
哇，卡桑蒂去扛安比萨，这场比赛 Renfaki 选手可能要多受苦一点了。
因为可能对他来说也没有更好的选择了。
Lucian?
左边，路线布朗姆选出来吗
Okay.
但如果你应对到巴德来说
I don't think you go Lucian Braum here. I don't see the value of Braum. I think you could go Lucian Nami and try to play super aggressive. But I'm not sold on the idea of Lucian Braum here.
而且以目前来说，以下路的优先级来说，最主要就几个组合嘛。
Woody is pretty good at Braum though, so I guess I wouldn't mind it that much. Yeah, they're just gonna go Lucian
要不
Braum.
然就是选择比如说偏向冲阵体系的组合，基本上目前都围绕着这几个。
I don't know. It is a little bit weird to go Lucian Braum. I feel like you just picked a losing lane. You had counter pick. You just picked a losing lane.
有点东西，有点东西。
They're grabbing Kiana. I don't know how I feel about that.
目前的 LCP 里面，应该是 Citrus 选手比较有可能拿出来。
可能他最有机会玩。
就是所谓的刺客型的打野来说的话，基亚纳来了。哇，最近我只能说，我相信
近期来说，其实蛮多的选手都有在玩基亚纳的打野，而且因为他的加强来说，他 Q 键伤害也有增加，所以连带一下，就是其实中路的出场也变多了。
没错。这角色确实是厉害，只是玩的人非常非常少，
对吧？不然这个对岸有另外一个很知名的玩这个基亚纳的，算是直播主啦，对对，他其实前面有一阵子都没有在玩，他觉得这角色不够强，
现在回来，
现在有在玩了，
现在也有在玩了，回来出手了，因为确实基亚纳经过了调整，让他可以回到战场上，就看一下有没有机会登场。 哇，
I don't know. I just don't think this is the game to play an assassin.
感觉选手跟后勤互相沟通的次数是相对比较多的。开始在沟通，对于这把比赛有独特的一些状况，需要在赛前赶快跟选手告知一下。你好，我赢一把，好，开始夹别人的菜了。
我只是想问他，只赢一把够吗？
够吗？
够吗？
够吗？我们秀一下再一把。
请问 BO3 是要怎么取下胜利？
要赢2把。这究竟 PSG 能不能再来一把，再吃一碗，究竟有没有机会？那 DFM 来说，以他们的阵型，基亚纳登场，Citrus 选手用他手中的呼啦圈，要划开全新的境界。PSG 对上 Detonation Fox Me， 双方第2场正式开始。
Well, we'll see. Citrus does have a 100% win rate on funny AD assassin junglers, so.
有到了吗？阿特，复权的时刻来了。
哎，复权的时刻又要来了吗？
又到了，又到这个时刻了。
到来了。
原来复权的时刻是可以有4、5次的。
那我就想知道，请问你是要回去本来的那一团，还是你要去新的那一团呢？
哎呦，这要好好讨论一下，都是可以讨论的。新旧那一团，这每个人想法不一样。我们来看前期开局 ，PSG
looks like PSG are setting up a little bit of a trap right now.
人是不知道的。
This is usually good. Kiana's level 1 is pretty bad, because she has to go W start, so she doesn't actually have an ability, she just has empowered auto attacks. Her clear is also pretty unhealthy, so the idea of trying to play aggressive and set her behind is like fine.
他们是走上面还是下面上来的？
这个眼位没拼，应该就是没看到吧？是，看起来没有刻意拼出来。不过这里现在红方有拼出点位，
拼了一下。
We'll see how Kiana paths here.
要采取换野，因为一般来说这个
We'll see if she knows or not. Because if she does know, she'll try to walk into enemy raptors or something, but if she doesn't, she'll just keep pathing topside. And if she does that, then it's big advantage for PSG. I mean, like, she's going to know Pantheon's going to show on this ward here, so they know that the camps are gone. Looks like Pantheon's going to cross into mid one time and then play for his raptors. Arya's just dead here. I mean, it's terrible for Arya to die here. Arya should never die here because he saw Pantheon on the Raptors ward. Pantheon walked over a Raptors ward, and Arya just died to the gank anyway. I think he must have just been locked camera on his lane. Okay, it is a little bit questionable here that Karsa's taking his red buff. I feel like you have to know that Kiana's going topside to invade blue side. I think if you're Pantheon, you take Raptors and then cross over into topside.
这没有办法，这波就是让卡萨给变数抓到了。
Well, this is really good for PSG either way.
有点赚了，而在下路的交换，没有想到是这个画面，他们选手似乎是被打出了被动，血量才可能掉。
Pantheon's not gonna have as big of a lead as I want him to have, but he does have a lead. And then the big thing is that you're getting takedowns on Victor ery is super important because you want to stack the passive as fast as possible.
是。那野区的情况来看 ，Citrus 应该是有进野去。
Honestly, Pantheon can probably double scuttle here.
他只反了一个蓝，所以他这样的开局会是5摊，而卡萨的开局。
We'll see if he goes for double scuttle or if he just passes back to his Gromp.
卡萨还可以回头吃哦，自家还有东西可以拿的。哇，下半部巴德先被打回家，这可能有点尴尬。对于这个对局来看的话，卡萨选手甚至还用着下半部 PSG 打出的优势，帮卡萨拿一个双河蟹开。 基亚纳不知道去哪里，而且因为对面有帮他。
He is giving up the Raptors respawn for this though.
他先去刷6鸟了，要不然没东西吃，他也没事做。
最主要要先保住自己第2轮的6鸟了。通常这种前面被，比如说被禁野，然后导致变数的这种情况来看，你正常来说你要先把第2轮野外给保住。
He's also going to lose his Gromp here. Citrus has pretty aggressive pathing and it's going to pay off because Pantheon ran out to his Krugs.
就危险了，我还好有个蟾蜍在等他吗？他敢吃吗？他不敢走过去。
Citrus is waiting for the ward to expire, then he's gonna go.
拿了个草属性的元素过去，安全一点。 看一下状况，哎，没事没事。
It's not bad. Karsa might know what's going on. He pinged enemy Gromp.
稍微吃了一下。
So I don't know if he was pinging it because he wants to invade it. He might have just pinged it because that's where he thinks that Citrus is. So, I mean, the Kiana did a pretty good job of evening out this early game.
再 TP 回来，状态的领先差距幅度太大 ，Area 被迫再回家。
Area 这一把可能就会过得比较辛苦一点哦，毕竟是被这种
Is what I would say, but really I think that Karsa just kind of fumbled the bag by taking his red buff instead of defending his blue buff.
对面一种变速的野区交换打法，影响到的竟然不是打野，而是中路，甚至说打野其实 CS 也有很大的影响。我们看到这个所谓打野弹的一个数值差距就很明显了，等下可能会迎来一个所谓重击伤害差距的一个状况。
应该还好，因为刚刚 CFO 是有进野又去反到的，就是他有尝试反到一个蓝 buff， 然后后续又反到一个蟾蜍，然后反正蟾蜍完之后他再。
Because it's not like Pantheon's limited or anything.
所以其实以他
He has pushing lanes pretty much everywhere. Like he's had good lane stages his entire time. So the fact that he's dropping camps and just being outpathed is like pretty bad.
对局上没有任何人要采取换影的行动。 那就现今来看的话
，Props to Citrus for sure, but still.
中路的维克特竟然不会被欧罗拉给压制，下路面对了软辅的布朗姆路先组合也没有因此出现问题，中下都开了通。唯一庆幸的对 DFM 来说，就是 LoLPacific 选择在打安比萨新时出来以前，他还能做一些对阵。中路，微博选手本身的压制力其实是有完全打出来的，而且无敌要给压力了。 布朗姆跑线赢巴德吗？这个对于剑金对局非常难见到。
不过这波应该就是你回补出来有一波能够先动的一个时间啦。
是。而且总之布朗姆是没有想要理的意思，在上半边 LoLPacific 过来到河道边，可能想踩。
They dropped the Scuttle Crab to go in the Cassante here.
后面只能一进的先走。拿个果
It's
子，
kind of
没想到
a
对面就在旁边
bit of a slowdown of tempo.
等你了。 对于现在 LoLPacific 这个对线也不好收，另外来到中路想抓的会是 Maple 吗
Kiana's going for a play. This is completely fake. Yeah, Kiana just has to flash.
后面只能滑走。
Man, this Kiana's completely homeless.
放的位置是让基亚娜必须要
I hate the
多交这
pick.
个闪现哦，不然他是会被立场给控住的。
我有坐车再回来，这打一波回马枪，但 PSG 完全没在怕。中路的拉扯时间过多，卡萨开始发育了，往对面野区发育。 没有被抓死，现在只能再吃蓝 buff， 但是 Citrus 并不知道是自家野区又被反。
不过这里视野有看到的，
在下路线路优势没有打出来的 DFM 只能往其他的方向去走。但库奇加巴德，怎么看都是应该要取得胜利的对线了。这场比赛比上场更加惨一点的问题是，其实 DFM 目前并没有任何一条 本该打出优势的线取得优势，
前面没看到对线的情况哦。画面带到的时候，就是 Herb 已经状态掉的很多了。
没错，确实第一波那是一个非常关键的状况。而在上路
Which team snorts more coke?
血量也已经非常危险。
Probably PSG.
对，阿志选手这把也要好好证明一下安比萨的能力了。在上一次安比萨的选用，有 PSG 自己社群的影片可以看到。 他的选手是对于阿志的安比赛有点质疑的。
Looks like both teams wanna
这场比赛要证明一下，要看
play
一下
for the grubs. DFM
回到上半部 DFM 先把一
should
个右手
probably
拿走
drop it.
PSG 赶过来，但 Maple 的位置
They're trying to go on Maple. They got a stun on Maple using the Void Might. The Bard got the stun on the Victor with the fucking Void Might. That's crazy. There's no way that's how they lose the fight, right?
准备要做进场，后面阿志的大绝看起来是被 DFM 给躲掉了，无敌想要逃避，但 DFM 人继续追击，交闪现的伤害。
That's wild.
大下 double kill。
Void Might MVP.
用先抱团、先到河道的这个优势哦，抓住了后续想要落位的 PSG， 在这个上面先去找到了一些机会哦。
是。 而且 Maple 的位置看起来确实对 DFM 来说很香哦，他在草丛的位置，刚好 DFM 就在草丛旁边，看着维克特走来走去，
而且好像刚好是把这个虚空幼虫给拉过来，所以能利用宇宙之约去定到他的关系。
是，不过正巧抓了个好时机 ，DFM 拿了2颗人头回来，而且重点是给到了中路。再来看一下这个位置
，Look at this, the fucking Void Might follows the Victor. That's so
虚空
crazy.
的小幼虫定到了 Maple。
就合到DFM 是先开右虫，但是后面 PSG 做防守完之后，他们拉开。那他们做的做法就是去盯住你要去回线或者是人员分散的这些时机点。
没错，
这里的开战处理就处理得很好，等于是直接做到了2个单抓哦。Maple 旁边没有人，那后续走线路过来的布拉姆旁边也是没有人保护的。
画面回来怎么办？被抓到了。
Citrus is just inting for the dragon.
没有质疑的交出了闪现，压住了 Citrus，
Nice.
拿走。
Hey, cool. Isn't that awesome that we got to see a replay of what happened and then something else happened during the replay, so they had to show a replay of what happened during the replay?
他是吃了1只之后就直接飞过来了，所以第2只其实并没有吃完。
I love
没
replays.
想到是一个人一颗虫，这在目前的画面是比较少见的。1人1个虫，第3个虫没人拿。
对，理论上等一下这个虫应该会考虑要拿一下，毕竟有一个武力壮举的项目。
没错。我这场看一下要不要往上先把资源给拿下。双方人头还是2比2，所以有可能这个右虫拿下，后续加上人头，武力壮举的领先就会很明显了。哦呦，上半部人 Bucky 的 W 技能
Top
并没有使用得
tier
太好。
reproduction, nice.
再做一波小交换。哦呦，这伤害确实已经越来越拉起来了。在比赛上半部的对决，人法可会越打越难受。而中路的位置可能是 DFM 现在可以发挥火力的时候，两个人头，在刚刚拿下的瞬间，让现在的 Area 在推 Maple 的线是完全没有任何的这个压力的。
其实这补了2颗头回来，其实是缓解了他前面的压力哦。
没错。
对，但以 Maple 来说，他应该也能够接受后续这种发育的情况。
是。我没想到第3个
Is
手
Echo mid in LPL right now? Really? What team is playing it?
选手给拿了。PSG 的人员位置是想往下半部去做守备的。DFM 稳稳的拿下了右虫。不过确实是刚刚从上飞下来，卡萨为了抓 Citrus 所埋下的一个伏笔。
FPX? Really? Care Echo? Okay, that can't be good. I refuse to believe that's good. Care can't even land fucking anti-ultimates, point blank anti-ultimates, and you expect me to believe that he can play Echo? Okay, nice little Braum combo. The bar just got one shot. They could dive the Corki here, I think. Kiana's not winning the 1v1 standoff to Pantheon. They're just get Corki's like dead here. Casante's TPing. Okay, well I guess that does save the Corki. They're just gonna drop a top wave for this though.
对刺客角是非常致命的，所以不敢出手 ，Citrus 只能跟卡萨对看。最后没想到是 Rainbucky 选手 TP 下来了，他用自己的肉身要将对面离开，但这上路的兵线怎么办
Is FPX? Oh, I guess FPX isn't playing with Milky Way because of the whole entire like match fixing scandal thing. Which, by the way, I actually heard that that's like not even true. I heard that Milky Way made an official statement that the screenshots were fabricated and that he didn't actually do anything wrong.
这波 PSG 应该是铁了心，谁敢回来守就杀谁，有没有机会？
我巴德这里是还有大绝的，所以对于
T1 gave Nongshim Pantheon and lost. Nice. He's suing? That's my boy. Get that bag, Milky Way. Milky Way has had like the most unfortunate career ever. First, bro gets taken advantage of as a child by RNG and gets forced to sign a 10-year contract with a dying organization. And then he gets falsely accused of match fixing, which is like... It's like considered bad to do that in the West, but that's like a death sentence in the East. If you're caught doing anything gambling related in the East, your entire career is over. Like you don't get banned from the league or anything, but you get effectively banned. Like you just get straight up blacklisted. That's why Bo went to the LEC, for example. It's because Bo will never be able to play on an LPL team. No LPL team would ever want him. No matter how good he is. LPL is so shit with treating its players. I mean, that's not an LPL thing. That's a cultural thing. It's just viewed as like a horrible evil to be caught in that kind of stuff.
所以其实2把比赛他们都是把下路的优先级拉得比较高的。
没错。 我觉得一开始 PSG 采取的这种换野战术，最终也是为了将。
Also, for what it's worth, I don't really feel very much sympathy for LPL players. I feel like there's some kind of LPL player scandal like once a week. They're all terrible people. See, making a play on the Victor. Nice flash from the Victor. He dodged literally everything. Pantheon is here. Can they one-shot the Aurora? Not bad. Kiana's gonna die here too. Braum with the flash Q onto the Bard. And dropping the exhaust. Okay, nice. Quick little 2-0 we're gonna get here. Happened to Deft. Wait, what happened to Deft? I didn't think that anything controversial happened to Deft.
有急行，阿志做了段位以后向后的拉扯，但这波其实是钓鱼自己卡困赶到战场之后，闪现对方给要留 Q 战有没有机会？闪现后的一个普攻卡困，收掉了对面的阿志。
你们卡困是放掉了中路线，赶快往下半区来做支援哦，想尝试在前面上半部劣势的情况下，能够在下半部早一点。
I don't know, the ways that they were mistreated don't have, like, aren't separate from, they aren't like LPL specific, it's just how most teams work.
最终是由 DFM 把消弱塔给拆掉，拿到了守塔，
赚到了一个守塔哦。
我再来看一下，这波 Maple 被抓。
非常果断的直接交闪，让加纳大绝没有一个太好推的角度哦。然后后续接触这个大绝推，其实也是推空了，被卡萨给躲掉。
Like I think that the way that Smash has been treated by T1 is like infinitely worse than anything Deft or Con had to go through in their careers.
这告诉我们潘真有多强。
Nice， 卡萨喊出了一句非常 nice 的标语，但另外一边阿志的。
It's really cool that we're watching 2 replays in a row. Surely nothing will happen in the game while we're watching 3 replays, right?
其实是可以对炸，但他知道有炸，有人来了，所以要走。
一方面应该也是贝提在推线的时候有沟通，就是这个时间点对方中路线是没有人的，
没错。
对，所以库奇有可能确实是往下路去走了。
哇，库奇的打法，只能说也是非常大胆，牺牲了自己对线的状况去换取了边线的优势，帮助一个卡桑蒂。 但现在打野的经济差距非常的明显。阿扎
He wasn't forced to sign a slave contract, barely paid minimum wage. Okay, but like
1600块，302人头。
I don't know. Neither was anyone else.
可以利用大绝去扩及到3条路线。
Read the damn contract.
跟发克选手虽然刚刚有得到资源，但终究不好打哦。但又有人来了，再一次真轮到基亚纳的到场。跟发克选手走位是想要把阿志给压回来的这一个动作。 阿志知道大难临头，又有一堆人赶到战场了，满状态。阿志先把兵线给清掉，正在沟通有没有队友要来救他吗？看起来是没有。阿志还在犹豫，但对面4个人夹过来了，有要出手吗？没有，最后是夹了一下，因为对面人要赶过来，最后没有杀阿志。阿志开心的是在上路发育，
有可能会担心对方的。
Tell a team to read a contract.
大绝是已经好。
I mean, like.
没错。
Yes. What?
这波 DFM 就反而有点做了一个白宫的感觉，正面位置可能要被挂被动啊，非常危险的卡库看起来没有进到逃命了，被正面的贝体一枪轰死。
Like reading a contract is within your control. Like you can. That's something that like you have the power to do on your own. But like. Smash got completely fucked by something that was entirely out of his control on purpose. Like he was like getting harassed by a bunch of T1 fans because he was like splitting time with Guma, which like whatever, okay, sure. But then why is the CEO of your organization like not only refusing to defend you, but also just like straight up encouraging it and making your life worse? Like is that not crazy?
那这里 DFM 的防守就是比较慢了一些。
我转点 PSG 转的恰到好处，拿完人再拿完塔后再拿龙，而且下路 Maple 也是开点。
刚的情况来看，就 DFM 可能会有点担心这预者的关系，所以巴德大绝是一直捏着不敢去放，所以反而是让贝体有过野区，
他们走过来非常危险。林志斌说：“我让我自己惊人，但起来啊，我要死啊，这没有办法。”
而且基亚纳大绝好像是直接被布朗的举论给挡掉了。
I mean, I also just think that Joe Marsh is a terrible person, so.
跟发体也赶过来，但正面 PSG
It is what it is.
吊起了预示者，在没有巴德大绝的情况下，可以很轻松做推进。DFM 这把 比较可惜，想做下路守备，又是出了一点小纰漏，被 PSG 给抓到了。哇，这从上到下的一路的节奏，全部是 PSG 做到了优势哦。DFM 这波的节奏，他们也是想主动进攻，但主动进攻这一波被轻松化解以后，想回去转点的速度真的是不及对手的。
就他们想先进攻。 但是被 PSG 给防住完之后，其实后续
You know what's really funny because in my T1 team breakdown for MSI, I actually like wrote a bunch of stuff about like the multiple controversies they got themselves into, and then like the one that like people were super mad about was like what I was saying about the Zeus situation with all the contracts and stuff, and they were like neither side has made any like official legal statements. You can't say stuff like that. This is unprofessional. And then it's like a few weeks after I made that video, the fucking like T1 apologized for everything and admitted to like everything that I said that they did because it's so fucking obvious that they did it. I don't know, it's crazy. T1's got like they've got insane shooters. I think overall the situation seems better in the LPL. There are a lot of scummy organizations in the LPL. Like, I would say that what FPX has done in recent years is probably right up there with like the worst you can do for an organization. I think that RNG is pretty bad. You don't think Guma should stay with T1? I still wish that T1 lost Worlds in 2023, because that year we had confirmation that if they didn't win Worlds, they were gonna blow up the entire roster. And I think that would have been so fun, like to see all of the T1 players spread out on different rosters. Oh, you know, it's also funny because the same thing that T1 fans did to Smash, where they like wanted Guma to play even though Guma was playing really badly and Smash was playing better at the time, they did the exact same thing with Guma when he was like gonna replace Teddy. Like the T1 fans went feral over the fact that this new Guma kid is gonna replace our Go 80 carry Teddy. It's like that, I don't know. Guma's way better than Smash. Not during the time that Smash was playing, he wasn't. Because when they were like doing their whole entire swaps, it was like it was a super large Kai'Sa Ezreal meta, and those are champions that Smash is really good at, and that Guma's just like not good at. So Guma was just actively a liability for his team. That's why they kept on trying to bench him. He was constantly being swapped out. The only reason why he was being swapped in and out was because the team wanted to play with Smash, the coaching staff wanted to play with Smash, and then the fucking higher-ups said, no, that hurts our brand, we want you to play with Guma instead. And so they just like forced Guma back onto the team. So there was just like chaos. He was playing good. Bro, Guma was not fucking playing good. Guma was playing terrible. He was playing awful.
这边 PSG 就开得很果断哦，反正他知道目前来说主动权就掌握在自己的手上，所以他的做法是我一直推线，一直进野去。
They didn't even give Smash Ezreal or Kai'Sa. I mean, they literally did. I don't know. I can think of at least like 2 or 3 games where Smash went like fucking 10-0 on Kai'Sa.
耐心还是你比较有耐心嘛？两边都在互相的比较。作为劣势方 DFM 被迫得来守备，要来看一下资源，也就导致了出现了一些失误。再来看一下。
Like the thing that T1 fans kept on saying was like, oh, how is Guma supposed to play well? He's getting fucked because he's like not getting scrim time with the team, and so he like isn't able to like mesh well. And then it's like you would watch the game and he's just getting solo killed 2v2 in a winning lane at level 3. It's like that's not like a fucking scrim thing. That's just a player playing bad.
这波团战又是相对比较绝望的对局 ，DFM 人员没有撑住，中路也因为在来回掉线过程中又出现了浪费兵线的状况，所有人正在往对面的野区去绕，看起来是想抓 Maple 吗？ 但这样子中路的2塔可能平白无故就要被 PSG 给点掉了。直到追 Maple 没有成功，要往中路去做集结，但上半部的塔又怎么办呢？中路上路的塔资源也在掉。DFM 看起来像是洗了头一样，头洗下去已经退不了了，只能继续追。
He turned up when they stopped benching him. Yes, because the meta fucking shifted. Oh my god. It's
上
whatever.
半部还在转，对 PSG 来说可以将兵线推完之后再双 TP 到场，2个 TP 集结在此 PSG 5人集结。下半部位置没想到推了一波不错的 Rainfaki 是留到了对面，不过是个辅助，有没有机会杀掉无敌？无敌撑住了一波伤害。
It's like the same thing that happened to Faker in 2024. Like the meta was dog shit for him, so he played like shit. And then the meta changed, so he started playing really well because it was a better meta for him. That's just how the game works.
取得1进2的阿志利用 W 再做互动后，将闪现回到队友的身边，而下半部的位置卡捆也被抓到，卡萨的预选这边留住，卡捆又倒地了，右边 DFM 只能撤退。这波团战依旧是 PSG 持续的追着 DFM 的人在打。
PSG 是打得更有耐心哦，但因为他们是优势方，所以他们做的做法都是我先去把兵线给处理完毕。反正我小龙区已经有补视野了，我已经知道。
Like I'm not gonna sit here and say that Smash was playing amazing because he wasn't either. Like Smash had some really good games, and then he also had some games where he was playing like shit. But the problem was that every single game that Guma played, he was playing like shit, and the team didn't want to play with him. And despite the fact that the team didn't want to play with him, the organization forced them to play with Guma anyway. Like that's what happened. Like the team wanted to just straight up bench Guma and play full time with Smash, and their CEO said, "No, I am unbenching Guma."
但这波阿志跑得飞快 ，TP 的进攻 DFM 最终只拿下了1个人头，
勉强在对方的进攻回合结束之后做到一些人头上面的交换而已，但也仅此而已。
而且上路的外塔也2塔也会掉。我们再来看一下这波团战，说起来 DFM 的集火目标到现阶段都还是只有一个辅助能打。
而且吉亚纳的大绝变成是拿来用一个防守性的大绝哦，
没错。
所以就变成是他这更像是在掩护队友的撤退，因为其实，在第一时间战场被分割成2个位置的情况下 ，DFM 可能就没办法去做到太好的激活了。
是，另外一边卡昆这个是全新的造型嘛？我好像没有看过这个造型的酷奇。
这是新的，好像是什么
最新的
积木的造型。
积木的造型，
它好像跟这个保龄球的莉莉娅一起出的。
哦，那个积木的造型没有做一个独特的效果，就是它掉在地上，如果有人踩过去会直接死掉。那个积木，哎呀，踩到。
Also, it's not even like Guma was playing super well right when they unbenched him. Like they unbenched him like right when the second half of April started, and he didn't actually start playing super well again until playoffs. And then obviously once playoffs hit, he started playing like a god, right? He was just like the best ADC in the world. And like I personally thought that Guma was better than Ruler at MSI, even though everybody disagrees. But like trying to pretend like Guma played well during regular season is just like insane to me, because he just wasn't. Even when he had like a month of being unbenched.
确实有接战的本钱，2000多滴的巴龙，6分眼已经先看到了位置 ，C 队正在尝试下去吗？没有成功，巴龙已经被 PSG 拿走了。
来不及哦，因为要慢慢去确认视野的关系，所以这里是来的比较慢一些，让 PSG 能够稳稳的先把这个巴龙给拿下来。
哇，那这剧本 PSG 又可以采取同样的方式了。 这是巴龙的3线推的话 ，DFM 又得失去1条路线了。野区也不给吃 ，AD 的等级差到3等啊！这 AD 差了3等，中路也差到了2等，上路也差了2等，打野也差了3等。哇，这等级差距加起来超过12等啊，11等还12等，差不多。
毕竟也是优势的队伍去拿到亚塔坎，其实更容易拉出这个等级上面的差距。
没错，准备要来做下路的压制喽，就是用超级炮车在做输出，受不了宁志兵交出要抓阿志，但阿志有急行，没想到被对面走掉了。
Damn, Ozzy completely whiffed the ultimate. That's tough.
杀掉了阿志，有机会做下路的包围。 Rivaki 推出想要做进攻，但 Betty 根本没想退的意思，两枪直射走路，全部的技能全部交几个的无敌2打4，将这边全部压制住了，受不了 Rivaki 绝交闪现要突围 Betty 交了闪现，但后面追转子讲收割没问题，冲了进来 ，Area 又抓到了后排。 但后面轮着 Maple 的机会，他站在自己的奥数风暴里面，用自己的伤害将对面给打退。这波奥数风暴效果虽然死了，但靠打一个人还可以打到最后。
但感觉以这样的
Damn, PSG actually threw a Baron push. I've like barely been paying attention to the game.
掌握到对方在巴龙，拿到
I watched the first half where PSG started stomping them, and then I just checked out.
掉了阿智，再利用后续多打少的机会来做一波正面的抢开。
DFM 3换4，而且换到了基本都是等级非常高的这个选手。 这波是不仅补足了经济，也补足了经验。
League needs a site that shows history better.
Area 大绝的释放是很漂亮的哦。
我们再来看一下，
现在看前面单抓阿智这部分
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
再用大绝把它给推到了防卡上面。
Like the Leaguepedia website isn't terrible,
知道这波一定是个必须
but
开战的机会。
对，但这波其实一开始卡坤是有点不太小
it's
心
not
的。
great. I don't like the fact that they only
扫
show
射
match history for the last like 50 games or whatever it is.
后面所有的招式都 all in。
但好险 Rivaki 是有把 Betty 给带了回来，然后欧拉好像直接大到了剩下的4个人，才有办法在这种局面下去交换到人头。
右下角又打了起来。
Alright, let's see what's going on here. Kiana ult wasn't good. Yeah, I don't know, not playable.
拖到了最后一个 double kill triple kill， 这是一个夸抓。
A quadra kill?
也想打个贝塔，但他们坐车走了。
Nah, there's no penta. Not this time.
难道5杀这么好杀的吗？5杀难道你说给就给吗？他们说，哎呦，那要吗
Wait, they're trying to give the penta? Is Harp trying to give the penta? Oh my god. What a homie. Oh my god. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that in a pro game, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen a pro player be alive and then walk back into the enemy team to deliver a penta. I mean, it's based as fuck, but also there's totally a chance that he gets fined for that, by the way. I've seen players be fined for less.
对 PSG 来说，他们是曾经跌落低谷的一个情况。
Well, we got the expected PSG 2-0.
但是在连续2周的比赛都能够拿下胜利，我们可以稍微期待一下 PSG 能否走回属于他们的荣耀。
让我们再次以热烈的掌声以及你们最大的欢呼声送给 PSG。
先单抓掉了阿智，再利用
在上周的胜利，2个2比0得来不易，因为确实面临低谷的队伍要如何在后续的时间点内，短短的1个礼拜、2个礼拜，你要找到问题调整，甚至在后续再杀上来。PSG 正在做一项我觉得非常困难的任务，但2次目前已经开始做到了一个突围。
万事起头难呐，最重要的是能够先把眼前的胜利给拿下来，而且拿下。
Passive legendary costs more than 2750. Does not have ability haste.
满头大汗，满头大汗。
Does not have AP or mana.
哇！
Trying to think of 80 items that cost more than 2750 that don't have ability haste. Infinity Edge?
像真的正式起航班的一种感觉，无敌也不得了，这是一个无敌的双人线，让我们看到了打巴德的这条。
Oh, that's right. They changed Infinity Edge. They gave it like
但我觉得一方面来说，你可能会讨论到本身的对线实力
extra crit damage is like a stat instead of an effect or something like that.
他目前在下路
Okay, so it has crit chance, so it is a crit item.
对，那当然他毕竟还是有经历过转入的这种。
Costs more than 2750.
这场比赛31分钟。
And has an effect.
皆有发挥，伤害层面也都有到超过甚至将近。
Yuntal maybe?
另外一边 ，Area 选手
Because it also has attack speed.
30K 了，但很遗憾，除了在下半部一波
Nice.
抓着对面的一个团战胜利以外，几波的团战几乎都没有取下胜利。
Dark
下半部
Seal.
也可以看到右下角 PSG 是一路的领先，走到最后一刻12000多块。
And Imposter is the fairy
先从
charm.
这个3抓开始。 Maple 成功的逃走，后续做到了。
Price. Yeah, I actually don't know what this one costs. I'm gonna guess 2200. I don't actually know though. Nice.
开始的一个好兆头。
卡萨这才是英雄登场哦，他直接1打3追上去锤，
留住断路，这里看到了 PSG 的配合拉了起来。当
So I think that game actually had implications for the rest of the season, because playoffs are going to start soon.
对，真的可能就像他们自己说的哦，在针对开战这个部分，他们是有做了比较多的调整，至少以上周甚至来到这周的比赛来说，他们在这点上是没有犹豫太多。
Let's see, yeah, so this moves DFM down here.
PSG 来说非常非常的关键，要如何去不拉。
And then PSG, does this mean they've qualified for playoffs? I'm pretty sure this straight up means they qualified for playoffs.
那我们要再稍微回顾一下这把一个比较突然的这种野区交换。那对面的变数。
And then this next series, the CFO GAM series, is just going to determine seeding. Like, I think that this means that PSG qualified for playoffs as the 5th seed. And then whoever wins this will qualify as the 1st seed. Then tomorrow, Chiefs versus Hawks. One of these teams, their season is going to be done, and then the other team will play against DFM for the 6th seed. Vikings versus Secret Whales. Whoever loses this is the 4th seed, and then the winner will move on to play for the 2nd seed against the loser of this.
能做到一波进攻，这个闪现已经没有马虎，没有选择扣下来，或者
就是沟通要打，就是整队一起去打到底。
all in 啊，我觉得最重要就是 all in， 你的技能要全部交出去的，没有任何含扣的机会。
对，但我觉得也是因为有取下胜利之后，对他们来说也是一种压力的释放。就你比较不会那么。
So as funny as it would be for PSG to not make playoffs, unfortunately they cleaned up their act in the end and went 4-0 in the lower group.
这场后续的追击，随着经济的领先已经差到了1万块的情况下。
By the way, Doran was the real issue.
向前挺进。
Real issue with what?
资源团战的情况下，也因为前后排本身并没有太大的落差 ，DFM 几乎是杀不到后排的人员，导致双方的后排对开伤害的话，全部都会是 PSG 获胜的。这确实有比较大的伤害差距。哇，这波现在哈普选手已经达到了3个，还是救不了团战。后续的伤害差距。
He was dodging criticism the whole spring split. I mean, like, no, he wasn't. There were plenty of people shitting on Doran. I was shitting on Doran in spring split. He played really well in playoffs, but I didn't think he had a good regular season.
哇，那后续来到最后一波团 ，DFM 打最好的团，所有人 all in。
有把杯体给捞回来哦，是，所以算是在劣势的情况下有找到一波。
Like literally, if Doran locked in a ranged champion, like if he locked in Jace or Nidalee in the LCK, everybody would literally just go, "Oh, okay, T1's gonna lose the game."
对于卡萨已经算是比较早进了，这波队友被哈本定在了身后，他是有可能死的，但最终装备跟等级的领先让他存活到了最后。这5杀呢？
Like I'm pretty sure there's even a clip of that happening. Like Cadril, I'm pretty sure there's a clip out there of Cadril flipping on a T1 game and being like, "Oh, T1's playing. Let's see. Let's take a look." And then he like saw that Doran was playing Nidalee top, and he was like, "Oh, T1 are gonna lose." And then like 30 seconds after he said that, Doran immediately got solo killed in lane. It was pretty funny. So yeah, no, Doran was definitely not dodging criticism.
王子回归吗？还到吗？还没到。
我觉得至少他们是一个新生的一个姿态了啦。没错，他们就是已经在走在这个他们复权的道路上面了。
是的，那也是要跟大家提醒，我们等下会有个赛后的这个访问环节。那我们会访问到就是今天拿到5杀的杯体选手，所以大家也可以稍作一段小小的休息。我们等下回来的时候就会是访问的环节，同时访问完之后还会进入第2场，所以大家可以稍作一段小小的休息。回来之后就是访问环节喽。
Owner was carrying the whole split in its back. I also thought that Owner didn't look amazing during spring. He was definitely one of the better looking players on the team for sure. Yeah, I guess it's fair to say that Owner was carrying. But I don't know. I didn't think that Owner was actually like that good. I thought that T1 as a whole just didn't look that good. I mean, like, I don't know if you remember this, but in the 3rd, 4th place match, the predictions, like the official analyst predictions for T1 versus KT was 8 of them thought that T1 was going to win and 6 of them thought that KT was going to win. I thought like it was pretty split. Like I don't remember exactly what the numbers were, but it was like incredibly split. Like people didn't know which team was actually better. Like that's how informed T1 wasn't heading into playoffs. You don't listen to T1 predictions, but that's the thing, is that like predictions are biased in favor of T1. So if KT is getting almost half of the predictions against T1, then that must mean that T1 like really looked bad. After the COSTREAM ends today, I'm gonna have to do a lot of catch up. There were a lot of games that I missed. Like I saw that in the LTA South that Furia got straight up 3-0'd by VKS, so I have to watch that. Official channels should do a team recap each split, highlighting each player. Honestly, I don't even know if they have the budget for that. I mean, they probably do. It's like that's like basically what I did. So if I can do it, if like one singular person can do it, then yeah, an entire org could probably manage something, or like an entire broadcast could manage something. So actually, on that note, no, official channels shouldn't do that, because then I'll lose all of my viewers. The official channels can screw off. Oh, you want to know something really funny? Here, check this out. Let me... If I go to my channel real quick, and I go to my most popular videos, my, this thing right here, MSI 2023 full breakdown, it got like 84k views, which is like pretty solid, right? And then I made a Worlds breakdown video that got 250k views. So that was pretty solid. And then immediately after I made this, Riot Games started making breakdown videos. Like, Riot never made breakdown videos for their international tournaments at any point at all. Until I started doing it, and it started doing well, and then they just like stole my idea, and now my breakdowns don't get as many views anymore. Riot stole my viewers from me. Grr. I should petition that. I don't care. What am I supposed to do? Sorry, Riot, you're actually not allowed to make a video explaining your international team's format because I did it first. Like, what? What? I can't do anything about that. Alright, we have CFO versus GAM. I'm honestly debating getting something to eat right now. Have you do it for them? I wish. Fucking, my business email is open. They can reach out to me anytime they want. Oh shit, I forgot to do the official prediction form, actually. Whoops, I forgot to do the official COSTREAM prediction form that I was supposed to do. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, if Riot ever wanted me to do a segment for, or like edit together a segment for any of their broadcasts for any of the regions, like, I would do it. Not for free, of course, but like, I would do it. My channel's been like super sponsorship averse though. I've had, in my entire time making content, I've only had a singular sponsor, and it was a commission sponsor, which is like the worst type you can have. I should just continue to do it for each split. The problem is that it's so unbelievably time consuming. Like, I feel like, I don't know, it's so difficult. Like, for MSI, there was only 10 teams, right, that made MSI. And for an entire month and a half, I was working like 12 hours a day with almost no breaks. And then Worlds is going to come up. How many teams is Worlds? Is it like 18 teams or something? Worlds 2025. I know it's at least 15. Or at least 16. I don't know how many there is though. 17 teams. Yeah. So that's like almost double the workload. I'm going to be so swamped when Worlds comes around. I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to it. But it is going to be crazy. What's a commission sponsor? A sponsor where you get paid on a commission basis. So like, you only get paid if your sponsorship message actually does something. You can start from now. No, I can't. I don't know what teams are going to Worlds. The only way that I can quote-unquote start is just by watching all the regions. Like, the only team that I know who's going to Worlds is fucking Gen G. Because they've already qualified, technically, by making it to playoffs. But, like, I can't make a video on Gen G right now, because I haven't seen them play in playoffs. So, like, if I make a video right now talking about all of Gen G's strengths, and then Gen G, like, completely shit the bed in playoffs, and Chovy looks like a bronze player, like, what am I supposed to do? Same thing, I can't just make a video on T1 and HLE. Like, there have been plenty of years in the past where a team was supposed to make it, and then they just didn't. Like, the only way that I can start is just by watching the games. That's it. That's all I can do. I can watch the games and I can take notes, but I can't actually start on any scripts or anything. Because my scripts constantly have to update based on what actually happened in, like, playoff series and stuff. And they're, like, if I devote hours of my time to write a script for a team that doesn't even end up making it, like, those are hours that I'll just never get back that I could have spent editing a different video or doing something else for my channel, you know? Who do I think goes to Worlds from LCP? I think CFO, Secret Whales, and GAM are going to make it. I think that if Vikings or PSG make Worlds from the LCP is absolutely fucking doomed. And Vikings is not a team who deserves to go to Worlds. They're not good enough.
每一场的冒险，立即前往华航的官网。
AL is getting back their MSI form. Didn't they just get 2-0'd by Top Esports? Like, I know that they beat BLG and then they 2-0'd IG, but then they went and got 0-2 by Top, so like...
地点就会在越南的岘港市的 Tyson Sports Center 举行。
And it wasn't even like Top was playing well. Like, I watched a good portion of that series. AL was just playing bad.
最精彩的总决赛周末体验，尽早来完成购票，参与 LCP 首届的总决赛周末。
Like, BLG started out 7-0, but then they've been like 1-3 since. They haven't looked good.
前往这个 LCP 世界赛
Top Esports, like, sure they look good, but like they always look good domestically. And we know that they're just gonna run it down when they get international anyway, so it's like fine. Whatever. Like, the only team in the LPL that I feel like I have a real read on, like, for how good they are is IG, because I feel like IG is still the same team they were in spring. They're a team that's, like, got pretty good macro, they work well together as a team, but they're all fucking old and have no hands, so they just end up running it down half the time because they just don't have the mechanics to back up their game plans. And, like, apart from that, I don't have, like, full concrete reads on any of the teams.
那我们都知道，第一种子之后所拿到的，不论是
优势也蛮大的，因为等于是你会直接从季后赛的第2轮开始来打。那当然，这次季后赛的话，都是一个双败淘汰的情况了。那你在第2轮打的情况下，你即便输了掉下去，其实你的顺位也会比较前面，因为它掉下去的排序来说，就是照。
You want IG to make it? The shy memes would be hilarious.
你会有更多。
I think in my dream scenario for LPL. It would be AL, IG, WE, and NIP. That would be like, if everything went my way, those would be the 4 teams that make it to Worlds. It's never gonna happen, but I can dream.
那 AD 的对位也是今天最大的关键。我们也知道，这所谓的单杀之王，今天也要准备上阵，也就是 Dogo 选手哦。 在对线的看到经济以及 CS 上其实没有领先太多，但他的操作空间可以说是目前 LCP 最大的那一位，能够打出最高额的效果，就看到了他的
LTA North, it's flying C9, but
拿的不多。
that's like okay, but okay, it's kind of scary for C9 to be honest, because LTA North only gets to send 3 teams to the merged playoffs, right? And C9 lost to Shopify, which means that their match against TL is do or die. If they lose that, their entire season is just done. So I'm a little bit worried about them. And by the same token, I actually, like, I'm not confident that Shopify is good enough to beat the top LTA South teams. Because, like, LTA South has 3 good teams, in my opinion. Like, I think that VKS looks pretty solid. Pain is Pain, and then Furia is Furia. So I would not be surprised if Shopify lost to one of those teams. I really wouldn't.
国际赛时可能双方还要互相对练，
很熟了啦，而且对于他们来说，他们可能就是现在 LCP 队伍的优先。
And even that's not guaranteed. I think that like if everybody on Loud is playing their best, I think that they could slip into the top 3.
相聚只能打出不一样的战果。我们要看一下下一场的比
Wish for Navi to make it. Navi's already out.
对上 GAM。
Navi's season is over. Like they have more games to play, but it doesn't matter. They're already mathematically out. But yeah, no, I don't care about any of the LEC teams. I haven't watched a singular LEC regular season game, I don't think. Like, not yet. Like, I'll watch playoffs when the playoffs rolls around, but I don't know. LEC is so soul-sucking to watch. It's a terrible region to watch.
两支战队谁能赢下来，获得第一种子的名次，就只要再赢下一个 BO3 就可以通往世界大赛。让我们来欢迎选手进场。
I mean, I'm at the point where I don't care. It's like every single time I try to watch LEC, I just get like harassed by the gameplay, and I just can't bring myself to watch it. I've heard that Fnatic and G2 actually like don't look that bad though. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Fnatic G2 KC at Worlds, I guess.
俊佳 Levi。中路 HQ Emo。
Only cared when LR was playing.
下路 Dogo Artemis。
Poby has stabilized Fnatic, which is a crazy statement to say because I still don't think that Poby is a good player.
Elio。
Just goes to show the level of LEC.
教练 Cherry Archie。 这一场比赛绝对是10打10的高打高。我已经很久没有讲这句话了。我知道今天现场很多 CFO 的粉丝 ，But you know what time
Can't spell LEC without an L.
Game time!
I like how you say that as if every region doesn't have an L in it.
这场比赛是 Game Time， 对于汤主播已经是 Show Time 了。
Hey, technically, every single region has to lose at Worlds at some point.
来自 CFO 对上了 GAM 的对决，这把比赛第一种子之争，双方一路走到这期都非常的不容易。
Poby wasn't given the greatest start to his career. I mean, like, that doesn't matter. Entirety of 2024, he was just stinking it up in LCK CL.
交手过程来说都是很激烈的，在两队的碰撞上面，
成果要来了。这场比赛第一种子不会说能笃定的前往世界赛，但我们都知道季后赛的第一种子有非常高的一个顺位，以及有非常多包含在是战术考量啊，或是对于对手研究的空间。
而且我觉得光是能选对手这件事情来说，其实你的优势就蛮大的。
没错，来看一下这把比赛 ，CFO 选择的是，这是蓝色方，蓝方。刚刚不知道什么，难道是饮料打翻了吗？看到现场，全部人冲了出来。
怎么了？
打翻了！
完了！
这波精彩的操作，我们看到了后勤人员已经开始进行了一波操作哦。这波一个回转的扫荡，已经解除了第一波的进攻。东果也在做闪避。
喂，你要说这个卫生纸就是他手上的武器，他现在就在吃冰，你知道吗？这里有一滴水，
可以
有一滴水，哎，
非常大的操作。东果没想到在现实也用卫生纸开始参与了 solo kill 的击杀。我看到了这波10分精彩。
should reinvest more into young talents like Fly did.
中路跟 AD 有做一些小小的影响，但没事。看出来这波操作。 这小齐应该是没有什么问题的，毕竟他的操作我们都知道非常的厉害。那确实刚刚经历了一波操作之后，剧院倒是风平浪静。
I mean, like, they kind of are, no?
到底是什么状况
I don't think there's a single team in the LTA North right now that doesn't have
他的对手是谁
young players on it.
奇怪，我们还在这里呢。
对，确实对剧院来说也是稍等一下。 那剧院我们都知道，敢打敢拼的风格，在现今这个版本，包含我们提到的这种所谓刺客打野的登场，对于李百选手是不是一件好事？他是否有这样的一个角色池、这样的口袋来去改变
I guess Shopify doesn't.
我觉得是非常非常重要。
Shopify's a bunch of old heads.
看了一下两边打野选手的积分啊，都有。
You mean LEC? I mean, like, LEC's not doing a bad job of it either. Like,
就包括我觉得最主要可能
G2 has
两边都有在玩家
Skewmond, KC has Kalist and Vladdy. MKOI has Jojo and Supa, and Merwin as well. I guess Fnatic doesn't. I mean, Fnatic has Oscar. Oscar's could be considered young talent still, like new talent, I guess. Then you have a bunch of other players like Nako, Lot, Tiger. Like, there's a lot of new players in LEC.
确实看得出来，现场操作相对比较频繁，但应该是无伤大雅了。整体的状态已经进入了比赛的阶段。而画面目前所看到的
Yeah, like Fnatic's got Oscar and Poby, G2 has Skewmind, GX has Lot, Isma, and Jackies could all count as that. I think that Noah's probably past that point. Pasty have Vladdy and Kalist, MKoi have Jojo, Merwin, and Supa. Navi have Tiger. I guess SK have like Kedui and Loopy you could count. BDS have Bukata. Heretics have Kamalu, Carlson. And then Vitality has Nako, Linkus. Yeah, I don't know. They all have new players. I'd say they're doing a pretty decent job at trying to develop right now. Let's see. Gwen, Talia, Yunara bans, Pantheon, Scion. So Varus is still up. Varus could be first picked. Azir is up. Wukong. Rumble is up as well. Okay, they go with the Rumble. So you have options with the Rumble. Maokai is up, Fi is up, Nocturne as well. So lots of different champions that you can pair with Rumble to make them more useful.
这场比赛看有没有想要先做处理，上路的位置不能让 Driver 有发挥的空间。而这场的蓝宝组合性质来说，其实 DFO 也看起来已经想好了一个应的套路。对，那当然考量到中野组合来说，其实不同过往嘛，就面对到越南队伍，通常都。
I'm gonna grab Quirky. I wonder if they go for the Galio answer. They could also go for Yorick comp. I don't think that Kia is like necessarily known for playing Yorick or anything, but you certainly could. It's a fine matchup in the Rumble. Probably also just push your top lane pick to 3. Grab something else important here. Either a jungler or a mid laner that you want to base your entire comp around. I'm gonna grab Aurora. I don't think Aurora is actually this strong, by the way. I don't think that her prio is this high. I think that Talia is stronger. Azir is stronger. I mean, Talia is banned, but I think that Talia, Azir are stronger. I think that Annie is stronger. Orianna is stronger, so I'm not a big fan of like Aurora in game 1 when all these mid laners are still up. I'm gonna grab Wukong. Alright, so they took Rumble, but then they're gonna grab Wukong Azir. I don't like that. I don't like their 2-3. It's kind of weird. None of their... Like, I guess it's like, the Wukong's not like too unhappy with it, because at least he has double magic damage solo lane, so it's like fine for the Wukong, but like, Rumble wants teammates who can help keep the enemy team in the equalizer, and neither Wukong or Azir can do that. And then Azir wants champions that are good at front-to-back team fighting, and Rumble and Wukong don't offer that for the Azir, so it seems like a weird 1-2-3. Gamma grabbing Bard. I don't really understand the Bard. Doesn't make much sense to me. You're blind picking Quirky Bard, which is a lane that can be counterpicked. Varus has completely dropped in prio, by the way. Varus completely slipped through first 3 on both sides, which is insane to me. Yeah, there's not really like hard engage that CFO has that Bard can counter either. Bard pick doesn't make sense. I'm not liking what either of these teams are drafting so far. I guess the CFOs are like technically more cohesive. Wouldn't Ornn be better for Driver? CFO's actually been they've been experimenting a lot with trying to get Driver to play more aggressive picks. Like he's played Ambessa and Gwen, the split, which are champions that he like hasn't played all season or all year. They've got him like trying that kind of stuff. Mainly, so here's what happened if you haven't been like following LCP, is that there was the first time that CFO and GAM matched up against each other, CFO was on red side, and GAM first picked Gwen blind on B1 because they were saying that they were like, driver can't play a Gwen counter. So they just B1'd Gwen, like full disrespect, and then driver ended up playing Gragas into it because that's like the only tank that you can play that's like not hard losing into Gwen. And then CFO just like got completely blasted in the game because like GAM was able to get like a free counter pick on blue side without actually counter picking. Like they B1'd Gwen, but they knew it was going to be a counter because it counters driver's entire champion pool. So they got a counter pick there, and then they got, like, basically, essentially what happened is that they got, like, 3 counter picks on blue side, which is, like, insane. And then ever since then, CFO has been making driver play more carries, so that way they don't end up in that situation again. Gonna grab the Galio answer into the Rumble. It just seems weird because like GAM have drafted like a team comp that's like, it's like an anti-dive comp, but like CFO don't have any fucking dive. Like they're just like, CFO should just play like Varus and a standard engage support here, I think. How is Varus falling through the draft? What? Like, we're gonna get a game 1 with no Varus? You're joking, right? What is this region? This region is not serious.
完全没有任何需要防守的这个 BP 哦，对剧院来说例外。作为了剧院的最终主箭头，是不是他最强的那只角色？就是赵信哦，也是冲牌体系，而且阵地战的强度也比较足够啦。
I don't know. At least CFO like have a game plan. Like I can at least see like how their comp is supposed to mesh together. GAM just kind of have a bunch of like random champions that don't work well. So I would rather be CFO here.
这个隐患对 CFO 来说，你就要更加小心。那 GN
This would literally be like a perfect Varus game, by the way.
碰撞强度是完全拉满，所以对于 CFO 来说，现在
like you can just play it. Like first of all, Varus is probably either the strongest or the second strongest marksman in the game right now. And then second of all, long range poke like basically counters everything that GAM we're drafting. So.
CFO 角度来说，怎么样去保护好凯莎跟尼可能够去争取到推线的优势的话，我觉得差别是蛮大的。因为理论上不会希望巴德有太早能够去游走的这个机会。是的，你需要利用线路上去给到他比较多的压力，让他不太好去游走。
是哇，这凶打凶，这把比赛最后是加里欧的上，欧罗拉的中。脾气打起来，双方都是对冲的开局。
You know, I slightly better she's allowed to play.
可能也带有血腥的对决。
I think that Varus is much easier to play with.
目前 LCP 第一赛季，应该说第1年最强的2位王者正式开打。
Like Varus is kind of a cheat code right now because he just does everything that you would like ever need a bot laner to do in a game. So like you can pick it and it pairs well with like pretty much anything you could ever want it to pair with. Like you can go, okay, Kiaya is just face checking that bush with level 1, he's just gonna die, nice. Azir has a kill before the first minute. But yeah, like Varus, like it pairs with everything, right? Because it can, like it wins almost every lane. You can pair it with engage if you want to, because like, if he can get blight stacks off and then land abilities, then it's like, then you can win lane that way. So you can go Varus Nautilus or Varus Leona and then like play for extended fights. You can also pair Varus with champions like Nico support, Ashe support, Karma, because you can just go double ranged and then play for his Q poke, and then you can just straight up win lane that way too. Varus is the best. Well, Varus is either the best or the second best, tied with Misfortune marksman for pushing out mid waves. So he makes your objective setup super easy because you can just push out every mid wave and then you can be first on every objective, which is like super good. And then his numbers also just happen to be really good right now. So it's like he's like a jack of all trades champion, which is like always his role, and his numbers happen to be really good, which is just why he's like as strong as he is. So he's a really easy champion to pick, and then you can just pair whatever you want with him. Like he works with every style. So. Whereas like I feel like Yunara is like way riskier. Like she has a strong level 1 that you can play around, but after that her lane phase can be kind of sketchy. Like, she has like kind of a weird role in games because like she has a very strong mid game, but I actually feel like she doesn't scale as well late game as people think she does. Like I don't think that like a 4-item Yunara is any better than like a 4-item Kai'Sa or a 4-item Sivir. Like in my eyes, Yunara spikes the hardest when she's at 2 items. When she has Kraken Runans, that's when she's at her strongest. Which is just like it's fine to play around that. Like Corki, for example, or Ezreal, like those are also champions that their strongest point in the game is their 2-item spike, but it's definitely not like as flexible. Like you can't play on every item spike. Like Yunara doesn't become insanely strong on 1 item, 2 items, 3 items, and 4 items. Like it's not like every spike is like a new point where you can now just like be so much stronger. She can bounce back, unlike Varus. Yeah, but the problem is that like if you pick Yunara, like Yunara is the focus of your comp. But if you pick Varus, like even if Varus falls behind, like he can still be a utility marksman. Like he can still offer value to a game and not be the focal point of your comp. Like that's why Varus pairs well with champions like Azir, for example. It's because like when you pick Azir is the focus of your comp. Azir is the one who's going to carry, so you can grab Varus, and then like if the Varus gets ahead and he can carry, then like that's great. Like we'll take it, but it's not Varus's job to carry, so he's not actually under pressure to like get a massive lead or anything. And then the entire time he's just sitting there making the rest of his teammates just have an easier time because he can push out waves so well.
弥补一下就是2条线路上面的压力，因为其实以对线的情况来看，本身加里欧就是好打蓝宝嘛，即便是你一级先被击杀的情况，
Thought Varus is kind of weak right now, but maybe that's just solo queue.
这个对线上面的压制。那另外就是双人线的。
I mean, yeah, it's obviously going to be different in solo queue. Like Varus doesn't have 1v9 potential.
所以等于是 CFO 的下主也是处于一个比较劣势的。
Like in the same way that other champions do.
A6 走过来想 Q 但没 Q 到，不过也是顺势的游走，退换线又走了。
I mean, like, I guess you could just, like, go on hit and then try to play, like, fucking 2017 style, but the build that's really strong in pro play is the lethality build, and it's because of how well you can control space and how well you can, like, control minion waves, which are just, like, not things that are that valuable in solo queue, because your teammates are never human. Doesn't Jhin value go up? Yeah, I mean, like, Jhin is also a very solid champion. Like Jin's role in games, like essentially every single time that you see Jhin in a pro game, his role is like solely to stalemate bot matchups. It's like that's like what Jhin does, is that you can pick him into pretty much any matchup and he'll be fine.
然后上半部 driver 还在推线，没有选择回，而直接 TP 下来的，所以他没有回家补过装。好的，这种强硬换法，这对于当然对于上路来说是绝对要扛到底的。
But like Jin's raw damage output is not as high as other marksmen. Like Jhin can output a lot of damage in certain situations, and then also he's like a champion that once you get to like 4 or 5 items, he can start being a monster. But for the most part in mid game, Jhin is not going to do as much damage as most other marksmen, which is like one of the reasons why teams don't like to pick him sometimes. Like Varus doesn't run into that issue. Varus does not have a damage problem in the same way that Jhin does. When would pro teams play Ezreal? So Ezreal got hit with a couple of nerfs, so teams don't really pick him as much now, but you pick Ezreal to win lane. Like, Ezreal, because of his passive, here, okay, top dive, let's take a look at this. Pretty ugly dive. Ezreal gets 10% attack speed every single time he lands an ability. So if you stack up your passive on the mid wave, level 1, you just have 50% attack speed steroid, which is like disgusting, right? Like Ezreal wins basically every level 1, which means that when you have Ezreal as your bot laner and then you pair it with a support who's like not terrible, so like usually you'll pair Ezreal with like a Nico or a Karma or like something else that's also decent at getting push in lane, you just win every lane. Like Ezreal Karma is probably the best lane in the game at pushing waves out. So if you just want to have a pushing lane, which is like great for objective setups or for like trying to set behind the opponent, then like that's the type of spot that you pick that in. That's why, like, for example, you'll see some people who will like claim that Jinx is really strong right now, and like Jinx is like, she's fine right now, but people take it way too far. Like people will say that Jinx can be picked in game 1 or game 2 of Fearless, and it's just not true. Because if you play Jinx into an Ezreal Karma or into an Ashe Seraphine, the Jinx is gonna fall behind like 1,000 gold in 8 minutes, and you're just gonna lose the game. Like you can't play Jinx until all of that stuff is out. Like that's the role that Ezreal has, is like setting behind champions like that. And then obviously the other thing is like Ezreal has mobility, so like if the enemy team has like a Jarvan, or if they just have like some kind of standard hard engage, then like you might want to pick Ezreal to help that a little bit. But like also we're just having like the craziest team fight of all time on my screen. I'm just like ignoring it. But anyways, yeah, in my opinion, if you're picking Ezreal because you think that Ezreal is a safe champion with mobility, then you have the wrong mindset. Like I think if you're gonna play Ezreal, you have to pick it because you want the prio lane. Anyways, the Xin Zhao got like crazy value here in this fight. Like he got a bunch of flashes and then he ulted the entire equalizer, so he took no damage from the equalizer. Calmest GAM early game, true.
所以你即便真的去硬打先手的话，家里有大绝又有一个保护反打的效果，所以当下情况来说 ，CFO 是不太好去接这个后续的团战的。是，从下方的数据也可以看到，除了 Home Q 以外的所有。
Yeah, GAM and Secret Whales kind of both.
但是阿奇尔
just play like extremely aggressively and they fight over every objective, whether it's good or not.
挺可观的，挺困难的。上半部 Kia。 比赛是打得非常好的，压力完全有给满。只是现在自家打也是在家里，自己不太能再往前深推。
I kind of thought that CFO were just gonna steamroll the game because they got an early kill on his ear.
我们前面看到欧罗尔打阿奇尔打法也都会像刚刚前面看到的，他会向前跳一下，然后用 E 跟 Q 在打伤害、打消耗。
But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm remembering that Hongq had some really bad Azir games last split. He just solo killed the Aurora. Maybe it is just a Hongq gap. But yeah, Hongq is known to have some Azir disasters, so we'll see.
那 emo 啦，这 Elio 坐车过来，打了一套走了，死的是我。
从第一波开始他已经 emo 了，他已经 emo 了。
这把心情不是很好了。我但牺牲的代价在另外下半部位置也出现了问题，林志明要交给
Okay, Doggo might be. Artemis, what the fuck was that, bro? Ain't no way that I just watched Corki do that on my screen. That's crazy.
剧院人员看到大师不妙，只能退。
Like it wasn't even close. He QR'd like a second before the Bartle ended. Also, that was pretty clean by Azir. He bananaed around the Aurora E, so he didn't get slowed. That was pretty nice.
哇，这波对于中跟辅助的联动，居然是不是这跑得很快？我得说，
我觉得这完全
太快了，
想多了，因为你其实可以看到那个兵线的主动权是。
Oh my god! I saw a poll on YouTube. That it was like it was hosted by one of the official accounts, I think. Like it might have been the LoLPacific YouTube account or something. But the poll was who is better, Hongq or 2016 Maple? And the results of the poll were that people were saying that Hongq is better than Peak Maple, which is like insane to me. Like the fact that like anybody could say that is like just wild. I think that Hongq is really fucking good, but he's not Flash Wolves Maple.
是不能够去做这种释放的。
是，感觉还是要用控制。
要么就是用大绝控制抵消，要么就是你就 juke 他往前跳。是，这也是一个操作的。
That said, I don't actually think that Maple is the best player on the like peak Flash Wolves teams. Like when Flash Wolves was at their strongest, it was because Karsa was the best player on the team.
但吃龙的 CFO 就可以这么无损，没有任何人影响的情况下把龙给拿掉。这通常只有在极高经济差
What was peak Maple like?
的状况。
I mean, like Maple is considered the goat of the LMS and the PCS for a reason. Like he's
这不来3个抓不了。
Like the LMS used to be considered. Well, I don't know if I would say that they were ever considered like a major region. But actually, no. I would say that LMS used to just be considered a major region. Like it used to be that there were just 5 major regions, and the LMS was one of them. And Maple was pretty much always considered to be like one of or just the best player from that region. So.
哇，那这就比较尴尬了。正所谓有一好没2好嘛。对，我记得是倒数1、2。
Like I would say we're talking like the same type of energy.
比较大的载资程度。 Oh my god!
As like a Bjergsen or something. I don't think that Maple is better than Bjergsen all time, but that's like the type of like impact that he had. Like a Bjergsen or a Caps. Or a Perks, something like that.
但是好像以他们的阵容来说就比较难，现在他们没有。 其实他们很难去做一个策划，因为这把的对线来说，欧拉是一定推不过阿奇尔。
Doesn't Azir free hit on Galio?
塔杀的方式不成立。那你要去做线路。
Galio's probably Galio in theory should be fine to like side lane against Azir. But I think that when your Azir is up 2k gold, it's a little bit different.
技能机制是有机会被阿奇尔给操作。是的。
Like Emo just got completely gapped this game. It is what it is.
开心哦，这阿奇尔。
可能就变成是要靠巴德的先手的机会吧。
I feel like putting Galio in mid would have been more reasonable. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. So the Galio was the only reason why Galio was picked is because Galio is viewed as a counter to Rumble. Like Rumble is considered one of the best top laners in pro play right now, and there's only like 3 good answers to Rumble. So you can go Galio, you can go Exhaust Gwen, or you can go Yorick. Those are like the 3 options if you want to try to beat Rumble in lane. Everything else loses. Everything else is like loses to Rumble in lane basically. Like, your other options, you could go like go Ornn or Sion if you wanted to, and then you would lose lane. But it's like then the argument would be like, okay, I think my frontliner would be more useful than your Rumble. Would be like the why you would pick that. Is Caps top 10 mid of all time? No, no, I was like answering what Chris Rose was asking. Where it's like, you would never send Galio mid here because you only picked it to counter the Rumble. You think Aurora is better as a top champ or a mid champ? I mean, she's better as a mid champ, but she has a role as a top lane champ, and that's that she hard counters Gwen. So if your top laner is confident that they can play Aurora, then it makes drafting a lot easier because you no longer have to ban Gwen or like be worried about the Gwen pick because you can just pick Aurora into it and then win.
红 Q 一直往前戳 ，Dogo 冲进来一下没有视野，那边有视野点普攻会死啊。
But when you pick Aurora as your top laner, or when you pick like any range champion as your top laner, it's just like a huge burden on the rest of your team because like they all have to play a completely different way. Because like you just usually like most top laners either provide value to your team either by like creating space in a team fight, whether it's by like tanking or just by like having like large initiation range, so like something like an Embesso. Like you want your top laner to be able to like provide some kind of space in a team fight, and like some of the squishier range top laners just can't do that. Like Aurora struggles with that, like Vayne top struggles with that, that's why you don't see Vayne being like counterpicked into tanks all the time. What about Yone top? I mean, like Yone top would have to be super situational as well. Like one of the things about mid lane is that the matchups don't have to be as strict because like the turrets are right there. So even if you have like a bad matchup, it's like you won't. There are ways to like avoid losing that hard because turrets right there. So like you can. It's also like the closest lane to base. So even if you have to like reset a couple of extra times because you're just getting fucked that hard, it's like you won't lose the entire game over it. Whereas like in top lane, you have to be really careful because if the wave is in like a bad spot once, or like if you die one time on a timer where you're not supposed to, it's like the lead that you're gonna give over is just insurmountable. So if you're gonna pick squishy champions top lane, like I would consider Yone to be a squishy champion early. Like I know that he's got like his W shield, and then like sometimes he'll want to build tankier stuff like a shield bow or whatever, but like for the most part I would consider Yone to be like significantly squishier than like most of the top lane bruisers. So it's like when you pick something like that, like the way that you would defend against that is that you would want your jungler to hover top lane more, so that way your top laner like has more room to make mistakes or has more room to actually play aggressively, so that way they can like make some kind of advantage with like the fact that you went for an aggressive pick like that. But if your jungler is spending more time topside, then they're not spending time elsewhere on the map, and like I think that like bot lane is a way more important lane than top lane. So you would rather have your jungler pathing down there. So you'd rather like have a top laner who can just be independent and like either be able to like not lose or lose gracefully. And then you'd also never be able to blind pick Yone, because like imagine if you pick Yone and then you just get counter picked by like a Renekton or something. Then you're just gonna lose the entire game.
蓝宝先手过热，然后伤害打完之后扛塔。
这边预示着放出去，但后面有人哦。哎呦，这红 Q 打法是真的疯狂，这就 EQ 直接戳进去，跟你在领域里面打架。你领域展开，我冲进你的领域跟你打。后面位置，哎呦哎呦哎呦哎呦！
Dude, Hongq is just shitting on people this game. God damn.
这到底是什么阿吉尔啊？你凭什么？他凭什么？对啊，那边两个人哦。
I really like to see stuff like this, by the way.
那边怎么这样？
Because this game, like Hongq started out with a lead, and then his team kind of threw the lead by fighting after Void Grubs, and then the game was even again. And then Hongq was able to like step up with his lead, and now he's just hard carrying, which is like super promising. There aren't very many players in the world who can shoulder that kind of burden and actually win the game.
中路左边，但不好走，而且他的米斯走的是相对比较危险的路径哦。 这种没办法解决问题，只好先无视了。对于军人来说，好像也是如此。
Anyways, what else were people asking? Is Caps a top 10 mid of all time? In my opinion, he is barely a top 10 mid of all time. I actually have a list, and he's currently 10th on my list. But it's fucking close, because in like right behind him, I have Xiaohu. So it's like mid laners are fucking stacked, man. Like if somebody wanted to tell me that Xiaohu was a better mid laner than Caps all time, I'd be able to see it. So like if Caps isn't in your top 10, it's totally valid. Like let me try to think off the top of my head what my list is. It's Faker, Rookie, Chovy, Knight. I've got Pawn on there, I have Showmaker on there, Do&B is on there. That's 7. Who else is in my top 10? Caps is on there. I feel like I'm missing somebody really obvious right now. BDD is on there. BDD's on my list. That's 9. Who's the 10th? Who am I missing? Scout, maybe. Is it Scout? That might be my 10. Yeah. Who are my top 5 supports all time? Off the top of my head. Because again, I have these written down like on a spreadsheet, but off the top of my head, if I'm trying to not use my spreadsheet, it's Mako, Keria, Mata, Mako, Keria, Mata. I have Mad Life in 5th. I'm trying to remember who... I don't remember if I have Mata in 3rd or 4th, but I know I have Mad Life in 5th, and I know that I have Mata above Mad Life, and then I have Mako Keria 1, 2. So I don't know if I'm missing my number 3 or my number 4. I'd have to think about it. Who am I missing?
因为那个蓝宝被开的时候 ，Dogo 其实是跑过来看了一眼，站在草丛里面回。
Alright, I'm cheating. I'm opening up my spreadsheet.
这个人没救了，没救了，卖了，卖了，结果在草丛里面。
但是要动这红 buff， 身为一个 AD， 我不能接受，
不能忍，
我不能接受，没红我等下怎么办
？Lehens, I have Lehens in my top 5. Yeah.
好了，把自己赔进去了，
又死了。这边我们看一下。
Mickey over Keria according to Cage. That's insane. I have Mickey in my top 10, but putting Mickey over Keria is disgusting if that's like unironic. Also, Levi barely survived there. I think he dies to the burn if Galio doesn't ult. So did CFO just throw the game again? Is that what happened? What about for the other roles? Let's see, not all time. For one World's tier list, Cagel said that Mickey was better than Keria. Oh yeah, that's completely fine. Yeah, there have been stretches of time where Mickey's been better than Keria. Keria was better than Mickey in 2023 spring. He's currently better than Mickey. He was better than Mickey in 2022. But I think you could make an argument for 2023 summer. You could also make an argument for 2022 summer if you really wanted to. I mean, like, I think that by the end of 2022, Keria was way better than Mickey, but Mickey was looking pretty fucking elite in 2022 summer, like, before World started. That was the split where he was playing bullshit like Lissandra support and like hard carrying games, if I'm remembering correctly. But okay, my top lane list is okay. Let me see what happened to Driver here. He just like walked up and got stunned by Bard and died, or what? Unlucky. My top lane list is Keen, Smeb, The Shy, Flame, Bin, Zeus, 369, Impact, Khan, and Nuggery. That's my top 10. Marin is not in my top 10. In fact, Marin is like very intentionally not in my top 10 because I think that Marin is like one of the most overrated players of all time. Like, if I had to come up with like who I thought was like just outside of the top 10, I would have Flandre, Wonder, and maybe like QV. And then after that, I would have Marin maybe like in the same general range as like Doran, Duke, Soaz, like those types of top laners. No Doran, definitely not. No. I would say that Doran for the past like few years has been like a top half top laner in LCK, and that to me is not enough. He's also got a reputation as an inter. Like, Doran has some of the greatest ints of all time. Like, his Aatrox int is generationally great. The one where he like teleported in and then immediately flashed out. That was amazing. Doran has been top 3 for the past few years in LCK. Okay, few, no. Couple, maybe. He's definitely up there this year. He's been really good this year.
这里红 Q 是完全没有给 Levi 能够过来看巴龙的这个机会了。
先来看一下前面这波团战 ，GAM。
Was last year the one where he played against HLE in quarterfinals? Because I thought that Doran was like severely outclassed. Yeah, it was. It was. He was on HLE, he played against BLG in quarterfinals Worlds 2024, and I thought that was like... That series to me was like 9 players playing incredibly elite League of Legends, and then Doran like borderline running it down. That was what that series was to me. And like at the time, I remember thinking that like that was just Doran's limit. Like I didn't think he would ever be better than that. Like, I shouldn't say running it down. He wasn't running it down, but he was clearly the worst player in the series, is what I would say. Like, I just remember specifically the team fights when I was watching that series. When I was watching the team fights, it just felt to me like Doran was never able to make an impact, like in big team fights. Like, that everybody else was playing the team fights like as well as they possibly could have, and then Doran was like playing okay, and then that was why HLE ended up losing. You remember his Gnar? I don't want to remember his Gnar. Poor Doran. But yeah, this is like by far his best year, for sure. But like the thing that people need to remember is that like Doran was constantly shat on by the community because the community considered him to be not very good for like his entire career. And the only time that I've ever heard Doran like getting any praise is now that he's joined T1. Like, I used to be like one of the only Doran defenders. Like I used to be, okay, nice zero roll. I used to be somebody who would like go out of their way to defend Doran. I would be like, dude, Doran's been top half for so long. Like he's actually like not that bad, I swear. And then like I would have to like fight the community on whether Doran was dog shit or not. But then now all of a sudden, now that people think Doran's the GOAT, and I'm like, guys, Doran's not like the greatest top laner of all time, I promise. And then now people are arguing with me on the flip side. They're like, what do you mean Doran's not the greatest top laner of all time? You're just biased against Doran. It's like, okay. So I defend Doran for years, and this is what I get. But yeah, no, Doran's not in my top 10 yet. I think he's like, if he has a really good year this year, and then he has a really good year next year, that might be enough. He's beaten Zeus. Oh yeah, Doran is like Zeus's father historically. I think that Doran is like fucking 5-0 against Zeus in like high stakes playoff series or something like that. It's crazy. Like, saying that Doran is like good against Zeus and bad against Keen is like kind of disingenuous in my opinion, because the way that it really is that Doran is good against Zeus and historically has been bad against every single other top tier top laner. Like that's how it's been for Doran in his career, is that he's never been able to like rise up and be better than the other elite top laners, other than Zeus. And this is this is the first year where he's like finally broken through and is playing well.
波大局也是推得非常的漂亮，没错。唯一对于巨人来说比较规划比较好的应该就是。
Anyways, here, let me make my notes real quick. So, obviously, Hongqiu was the best player this game. Hongqiu was insane this game. And then I guess on GAM, who was the best player on GAM? Maybe Levi? I'll give it to Levi. I think Doran's playstyle just fundamentally fits T1 better. I don't fully agree. I mean, like, I agree that Doran looks like Doran's playstyle works better, sure. But I think that claiming that his ints are like part of his playstyle is like a bad way to think about it. Like, sometimes if you're inting, you're just inting, you know? Like, Doran has had a few ints in his career where he is just inting on his own, and it doesn't matter what his team did, they would have lost anyway. And so I think it's like, to make the claim that like solely Doran is like playing better with T1 because they match his playstyle better is like being disingenuous to his former teammates, and then also like making giving him like too much of an excuse like for his own faults in the past. I don't know if that like makes sense what I'm saying, but Friends and I have a joke that Doran is always flanking for some reason. I mean, I would definitely say that like a trait of Doran is that he likes to try to build space as much as possible, and he's like very willing to like position super aggressively to accomplish that. And so that can end up in like a team that's more hesitant. Maybe Doran ends up looking like he's going in alone and then he's dying or something like that. Like I can understand that angle, right? But when Doran gets solo killed in lane in a winning matchup, that's not like a team playstyle thing. That's just Doran getting solo killed in lane with a winning matchup, you know?
精彩表现 ，CFO 先行取下第一场比赛胜利。我们准备稍作休息 ，CFO 与 GAM 的大战还没有结束，稍作休息回来之后就是第二场对决。
But yeah, I've actually had Keen in my, like as my #1 top laner for a really long time now. I've had him as my #1 top laner since at least like 2022. Like it was either late 2021 or early 2022. Because I've always just thought that Keen has like always been like either the best, second best, or third best top laner in the world for like basically his entire career. It's like his teams have sucked. Like when he was on Afrika and when he was on Kwandong, which are the same team, like they're both the same team. But when he was on that team, his teams were fucking ass because that organization had no budget, so they couldn't actually build a good team around him. And then when you go back and watch, like, okay. So Keen was on Afrika Freaks when they got 3-0'd by Cloud9 at Worlds, so like that was a thing. But I remember I went back and watched those games, and his team was fucking running it down brutally. Like his team was so bad, it was crazy. But anyways, I've always like respected Keen a lot because I just think that like pure skill wise, he's just like he was insanely good during his prime, and then now that he's in the later half of his career, and he's like finally on good teams and he's winning a bunch, then like that just like helps his case. But he was actually better back then comparative to the rest of the top laners than he is now, which is crazy to say because he's one of the best top laners in the world now, right? So look at Cagel's most recent video title. The T1 Circus is open for business versus the Nongshim. Oh, did Nongshim win or something? That would be crazy. Obviously I didn't watch that series yet. But yeah, the other thing though, because like I think that Keen's case for being the best top laner of all time is significantly worse than every single other player's case for being the best player in their role, solely because if you look at the top lane list, there really aren't that many top laners that actually have like good careers. Like, I feel like most people would say that Smeb is the GOAT, but like Smeb's peak was relatively pretty small. Like it was a pretty short peak. And it's not like he found that much success. He didn't win that much. And then same thing, like people will put the Shy up there, but the Shy was like good for 2 years basically. And then so it's like all of these top laners that people say are like, oh, these are the greats. These are like amazing top laners. It's like, yes, but just as a whole, I think that top laners are not as great or have not had as great careers as the other roles. Which benefits Keen, because Keen is like one of the careers in my opinion that like in terms of like peak skill, longevity, and success, Keen has all three, which is just like something that other top laners don't have. So whereas like in mid lane, if you look at mid laners who have really, really high peak skill, they win a lot, and they have longevity, there's like fucking 12 of them. It's like there's so many of them. You know? So it's yeah, it's a very weird role. Bin is just too new. I don't, people like forget this sometimes, but Bin is like fucking 21 years old or something. Let me look up how old Bin is. Yeah, Bin is 21. He was born in 2003. So like his career is new. Like basically his entire breakout was the 2020 Worlds roster. Like he was a rookie, I'm pretty sure. He made World Finals in his rookie year, but like that wasn't that long ago. So he needs time. Like I have him in 5th right now. I think that by the time that Bin retires, assuming that Bin continues to play until he's like in his late 20s, by the time that he retires, I think he'll definitely have made a strong case for greatest of all time, or like second or third greatest of all time. But I just think he's not there yet because his career hasn't been long enough. I also don't think that Bin's peak is as high as other top laners. Like, people will say that Bin has had, like, an insanely high peak, and he has. Like, he's had some years where he was really good, and years where, like, he's been the best top laner in the world. But, like, I don't think that Bin's peak, compared to who the second best top laner at the time was, I don't think that Bin was that far above the second best top laner in the same way that Key never was, or the same way that the Shy was, or the same way that Doggery was. So, like, or even the same way that Zeus was. I think that, like, when Zeus was at his best, he was better than the second best top laner by a greater margin than Bin was. So, like, those are the main marks I would have against him that, like, would keep him out of, like, the super top tier. Would just be, I don't actually think that, like, his peak matches up against other peaks, and then I don't think his yeah, that's basically it. And I don't think his career's been long enough, but he's building a very strong case. I also just, there are like certain things that I care about a lot for GOAT conversations, and there are certain things that I don't care about. So like something that I don't care about is winning. I do not give a shit how much you've won. The only thing I care about is how you've won. Like, if you, like, for example, Beryl is not in my top 10 support lists of all time. Maybe he should be. I can see an argument, but for me personally, I have Beryl more on the, like, 11, 12, 13 range. Because, like, yes, Beryl has 2 world championships, which is like insane. He has 2 world championships, and they were on 2 different teams, and neither of those teams were T1, which is like something that nobody else has ever done before. Nobody has 2 world championships off of T1, I'm pretty sure. So like, that's really good for him. But I never thought that he was actually like a driving force behind the teams that won. I thought that he was the 4th best player on the Dom1 roster that won, and I thought he was the 4th best player on the DRX team that won. So it's like, so like when I think about who I would actually want to credit for the like for those runs, like I would say that in 2020, I think that like Canyon and Showmaker and Noguri get massive credit for that win, and then for the 2022 win, I would say that like that one really helps Deft and Zeka and Kingen. Like those are the 3 people who really benefit from that Worlds win. All the Go contenders are playing this year. It's the strongest. Is this the strongest year for LoL of all time? I mean, like, depends on what your argument is. Because, like, every year is going to be the strongest year for LoL because players are improving every year, right? Like, there's no team that existed before 2024 who could currently beat this iteration of Gen G. But that's not because like Gen G is like so much better than the rest of the competition, even though they are better than the rest of the competition. Not that they're like so much better or anything, it's just that the teams are just better in 2025 than they were in 2020. Because they're just better, like people are just better at the game.
知道中路的危险性，在3边里面给了2边给到 Home Q 塔利亚加上维克特，然后这5边的尤娜拉，另外一边 CFO 跟上的是 AD 的法洛斯，潘森跟瓜
Goes for every sport, yeah. But like I don't think that somebody would try to tell you that like 2005 NBA was like the teams were like better than the 1980s teams, like when the Showtime Lakers and the like Big 3 Celtics were playing. Like I don't think that there's an NBA team from the 80s or the 90s who'd be able to win in today's NBA, but I also wouldn't say that the 2024-2025 NBA season was like a stronger season than like those seasons of old. Like in terms for seasons that I remember being like super stacked, I feel like 2018 was like a huge year in my opinion. I remember 2018 feeling like a super big deal. Because that year was like the KT super team, where like it was that team was like comprised of just the greatest players of all time in their roles essentially, and then they also had UCal on their team. So like that team was supposed to be insane. Like UCal was like the new up-and-coming fresh young player, and then he was surrounded by the GOATs, and like that was what that team was. Like that team was like a super big deal. This was also the year that Uzi was trying to go for the Golden Road, so Uzi was looking insane. This was also the year where Rookie and the Shy were peaking together on IG, and then they had the like Rookie Jackie Love, so like that team was insane. This was also the year where G2 looked like they could be like pretty strong. This was the year that Fnatic had Caps and Reckless on it, and they were looking like monsters. So like that year was just like super hyped to me. That might be my favorite World Championship actually. There's like a chance. I think that 2018's World Championship really suffers because it like semifinals and finals weren't that great, but like everything before semifinals and finals was like so insanely good. Peak T1 could contend with current Gen G.
如果要让威尔哥变身，一定要让那种没位移的 AD 登场，所以一些有位移的角色，剧院看要不要处理掉。而在 CFO 的话
I mean, like, how are you?
瑞空这类的风险度很高的角色要处理。
What are you saying is like
这把 CFO 应该是打
peak ZOFGK though? Because like.
CFO 感觉会，因为以他现在情况来说，应该是够足。
Like, I don't think that ZOFGK as a roster could compete with current Gen G. Because I think that that roster has had like their ups and downs and they were very inconsistent. So like if you're gonna nitpick what their peak is, then like I think you can also nitpick what Gen G's peak is, which is to me games 4 and 5 versus HLE, which just happened. And like I don't think there's a team that exists ever, like in the history of the game so far, that was a better team than what Gen G was in game 4 and 5 against HLE in spring playoffs. Like,
也是灵活性质比较高的 CFO 牛，也选择了一个开团能力比较强势的角色，卷在 AD 位要不要再压
like the way that I saw Gen G play in those 2 games was, it was like nothing I'd ever seen before in my entire life. I was just like, I was like actually just like stun locked watching those games. I had never seen a player play as good as Chovy had played in those games. I thought that Canyon was like, he looked almost as good as he did during his peak. It was just crazy serious. Is Annie still first pick worthy? Well, let me think. Aurora was out, Azira's out, Talia was banned, so I mean, like, Annie's, like, maybe first pickable. The reason why they did it was probably because they were looking at going Viego here. Annie Viego is considered to be, like, a pretty good combo. But then, obviously, the downside to going Annie first pick is that CFO went Orianna, and Orianna is considered to be a counter to Annie, so it's like a risk. It's like you're gonna have a losing lane, but you'll have like really strong Herald fight, really strong first Dragon fight if people fight over that, stuff like that. So like I think that like Annie is first pickable in game 2 of Fearless, but you have to have like a good game plan for it. Like the way that I see it is that GAM do have some kind of a game plan for it, because when I look at their comp and I see Annie Renekton, the things that Annie and Renekton are really, really good at are early game objective fights. Those are like something that those 2 champions really excel at. And then they also have Viego who can get resets. So the idea is that they probably want to fight over everything early that CFO is willing to fight. And then they want to get their lead that way. And then they drafted the Kog'Maw as kind of like their late game security if that plan doesn't work. So like that would be like what I would think that GAM's plan is. And like that's fine. If you want to pick Annie for that, then that's fine. CFO definitely are running more of a traditional front to back. I would personally think that CFO would win this game based on draft. They'll have pushing bot, pushing mid. Yeah, I don't think that CFO are gonna have to feel super pressured to fight all the early fights that GAM would want them to fight. You would put money on ZOFGK to win finals. Yeah, but they did lose finals to DRX. They lost finals to a DRX with Pioshik, so it's like, you know, they do have a blemish. Let's see, somebody on YouTube said, if somebody's winning so much even though they don't look very good, isn't there something the viewers can't measure that they're doing well and that's the reason why they're valuable? There's a chance, yeah, but I don't want to, like, rate a player off of something that, like, I don't fucking know about. Like, I don't think that, like, I think that DRX won Worlds 2022, one, because the meta was really, really good for them, and two, because Zeka and Kingen were just like playing out of their minds, like to an unbelievable degree. Like that's why I think that DRX won. I don't think that Barrel was like one for them. Like I remember watching World Finals and Barrel picked Bard in Game 5 and ran it the fuck down. Like he was playing so bad in that game. So like I wouldn't want to credit World's 2022 win to Barrel at all, like in the Legacy. It's like, it's cool that it happened, but I don't actually think that in 2022 Barrel was a World's winning caliber support. Like Keria was clearly by far the better support in that series. So like that's like Worlds 2022 is a like Worlds 2022 finals. When I look at that, like for me that's like a super strong case for why Keria is the GOAT as opposed to Barrel, because I think that Keria was just so amazing in that series. Do I think that Nautilus jungle is viable in Pro? I don't think that my Nautilus jungle build is viable in Pro. I think that my Nautilus jungle build would like instantly lose a Pro game. But I think that Nautilus jungle is like playable in Pro play in later games. I think you can like pick it in a similar spot to where you would pick a champion like Sejuani or Skarner, and it would probably be fine. Like I could see it being good if you pick a jungle when you have like a Kai'Sa bot lane, because then you can run the Nautilus Kai'Sa combo, but just not as Nautilus support, which I think could be valuable if you want to go like, for example, if you wanted to go like Kai'Sa and Nico, because you want to be able to pick Kai'Sa without getting stomped in lane, but then you still want to have engaged, that way the Kai'Sa can like pop off in a team fight, but then like Vi is down and Pantheon is down or banned or something. I think that like in that situation maybe you can go Nautilus.
GM 的角度来说，他不太能，就他不能接受让你轻松的推线，所以肯定要抓这种可能技能的真空期时间，因为刚刚
current T1 is probably better than current Gen G.
所以想办法换一些状态回来。是
I wouldn't agree with that. I think that so the series that T1 and Gen G played earlier this split, where Gen G 2-1 to T1, I thought that was the best T1 had looked all year. I thought that they looked really good in that series, but that Gen G were just better.
比赛 Aries 选手，然后在自己普攻手长的压制之下，兵线有向前的推进哦。你的优势相比对面的球，他只是用普攻可以做一些进攻。来到了上路，看起来 Aries 并不舒服，前面的3等进攻，居然是做出效果来了。下路又开点，但血量的交换确实差距很大。 Togo 甚至一瓶水都还没喝哦，
而且因为瑞控这里有额外的回复嘛，所以如果你在对线的过程中
should have been a clean 2-0 for T1. Yeah, I mean, so one of the things though is that like people like to say like like, oh man, it was almost a 2-0, or like, oh man, they could have won the series if they just didn't run it down here, but it's like League of Legends is for the most part a game of mistakes. It's like a lot of League of Legends is who can find windows where enemies are making small mistakes and then punish them for it. So it's like if that's the entire game, then like you can't just say like oh, X team could have won if they didn't fuck up here, because like fucking up is like the entire game, right? So just means that they weren't good enough. Like the fact that the West keeps on taking the East to like 5-game series and best of 5s, or like 3-game series to best of 3s, and then they just barely fall at the finish line, and they could have done it if they just didn't mess up here or do that, and it's like, yeah, the reason why it keeps happening is because they're just not good enough. Like they're just worse teams, so they're more prone to making mistakes like that. It's kind of how it is.
这波 GN 的上半部骑兵想象中又是大得多啊！
这就是 GN 最经典的上野连线哦。
先来看一下。
Now I think that what you can do is say something like for example, with Carrier and Worlds 2022, like I think you can say, like, even though T1 lost Worlds 2022, I don't think it's Carrier's fault, because I think that there were other people on his team who were like playing way worse. Like I think you could say that, and like that's fine. But I don't think you can make the argument that like, oh man, T1 was better than DRX in 2022, or like T1 played better than DRX in World Finals in 2022. It's like because they didn't.
那因为你刚刚前面是先击杀对方的 AD 的嘛，所以你以换线的角度来说，对方
Those are basic mistakes that they didn't make at all in any other game this split except in that Gen G series.
玩到的 Dogo 兵线是处于一个比较舒服的位置，
也是有帮助队友的打算。
I mean, like it's still just like I can see where you're coming from, but it's like it's something that I've thought about in the past. Because it's something that I felt before, where it's like a team that I'm cheering for makes a really, really dumb mistake. Like, for example, FlyQuest versus BLG. Level 1, Masu is standing, like, a pixel outside of the bush, and then he, like, gets his flash blown level 1 or whatever it was that happened. Like, that is a stupid mistake that he will never make again in his entire life, but it's also, like... But it's also like, I'm not gonna say like, oh man, FlyQuest should have beaten BLG. FlyQuest were a better team than BLG on the day. It's like, no, they lost because they made a stupid mistake, and they made stupid mistakes because they're just like, they weren't good enough not to. And then again, there's also like, there's always like intangibles that you don't know about. And so like for a lot of them, it's like we never get to hear team's comms, right? But for FlyQuest, one of the things that happened to them that we didn't know about at the time, but that we learned about because FlyQuest did release their comms, is that the reason why FlyQuest's draft in Game 5 was so dogshit was because they got completely blindsided and panicked because they weren't expecting... I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I might have it wrong, but I remember it was something to do with Galio. I think that they didn't think that BLG would like blind pick Galio on B1 or something like that, something along those lines, and then they just completely panicked, and that's why their draft was so shit, was because they just didn't have a game plan and they like panicked in the moment. And so it's like, I remember hearing a lot of people being like, oh man, FlyQuest could have won if only their draft wasn't so shit. But it's like the reason why their draft was shit was because they didn't prep well enough, which is like a mark against their team. And it's like we wouldn't have known that if they didn't release their comms, but like that's what it ended up being. Previous T1 versus Gen G loss. Game 2 was a mega throw. Game 3 was a draft dift. I don't think that Game 2 was as big of a mega throw as you think it was. Like in my opinion, Game 2 was a massive draft dift, if I'm remembering correctly. Because I remember thinking when T1 was winning that game, I remember being like, if they win with this comp, that's insane, because they should never win with this comp. Like, if they win with this comp, then they must just be, like, the greatest team of all time, because how the fuck do you win here? Or I don't even necessarily, maybe it wasn't even a draft diff, it might have been just like, it was a team comp that I've never seen T1 actually do well with before. It was something like that. I don't know. I also, for the record, think that HLE is like significantly worse right now than they were at first stand. I don't think that like T1 and Gen G have necessarily. Well, I mean T1 has definitely leveled up a lot. Like T1 is way better than they were before. But like I don't think that that like T1 and Gen G are like that much insanely better than HLE used to be. I think that HLE is genuinely just like playing way worse than they were. There's got to be something going on mentally with their team where they're just like not in the zone. Like, it feels like they just have no confidence anymore. They used to be able to slam crazy picks and then like play with a lot of confidence, and now it just feels like they're a panic and do nothing type of team.
下半部，双方辅助也是稍微争夺一下来自六鸟附近草丛的视野，打得非常凶狠的凯威走进去里面就是一阵来抓人啊。中路的位置也慢慢在给压力。20来说这把手长还真的比不过。下路有着生化巨炮的阿尔米斯的推线能力，终于可以稍微跟 Dogo 抗衡。
No Zeka meta. I mean, that's not even really true. Like, the only Zeka champion that's really not playable right now is like Ahri. I think that Ahri is pretty weak after the nerfs, but like Azir has always been one of his best champions, and Azir is one of the best mid laners in the game right now. Yone is very playable. Akali is super playable. So I don't even think it's a champion pool issue. I just think that like HLE are just choking. Zeka Azir's mediocre. You can say that, but it's always been his like third best champion or something. It's always been his like third or fourth best champion. Same time, you shouldn't really rely too much on meta to be good. I mean, every team relies on meta to be good. We saw what T1 looked like when it was an AD mid laner meta. That was pretty fucking bad. But that doesn't mean that T1's a bad team, it just means that they're bad at playing that meta.
相对比较难做进攻的，尤其是威尔哥这条路线，竟然是先行的做到了中路的击杀。
但理论上这一把威尔哥就是围绕着他们自己的上中两条线路啦。我又卡了一个视野。
哎呦
Nice little vision play from Levi there.
对面视野差在哪里？多了一个十分刁钻角度的 Levi。
I feel like these last couple of weeks, Levi has looked like pretty in form. I feel like he's been playing well. Honestly, Levi's just been playing well the entire split, which is like nice because I feel like Levi's been falling off the last couple of years, but I feel like he's figured something out this split or this season.
皮亚亚选手是完全压制威尔哥发育起来，中野联动的优势也比较快，而寇尔摩实际上没有被压的太多，在被连续推线的情况下，输了个10只左右。这把比赛对巨人是完全看好。
By the way, I'm not actually convinced that the Kog'Maw is going to carry this game. I feel like this is a difficult Kog'Maw game. When enemy team has Orianna Rakan, I feel like it's difficult to play Kog'Maw. And I think that if the Kog'Maw like has to play slow in order to do damage, it's like gonna be tough, because then if the Sivir's free hitting in the meantime, Sivir will just out damage him. Best Yone is Zeka. Let me think about that.
对，当鬼步闪现拉扯到比较远的位置，然后后续想要从塔前撤退的话，兵线是已经没了。
吐起来了，巨人。
I think you could make an argument that Cream's Yone is better.
扛不太住。这就是寇格蒙嘛。先来看一下上半部是怎么塔杀的。
Like, you don't put Cream into many conversations because it's like it's fucking Cream, right? But
来到了下半部是要开团。
凯文甚至是选择去绕后。
Cream happens to be incredibly elite on like Yone and Akali and Silas, and then like mediocre on everything else, and that's why he's like not considered a top level mid laner. Also, yeah, I was forgetting about top laners. Zeus is like. Zeus is like in the argument for best Yone of all time. Like, I would never say that he's the best Yone right now because he hasn't played Yone. So it's like it's a disingenuous argument because like we don't know if he's rusty on it or not. But I would definitely be comfortable with putting Zeus into a best Yone of all time argument. I'm kind of surprised that GAM is like steamrolling CFO in these skirmishes. Zeus played Yone at EWC against Flandre. Okay, but EWC is a Mickey Mouse tournament with a Mickey Mouse format that I don't care about at all.
轻松的去拿到这个守塔。
是。而来到了上半部，就是一下啊，一下啊，再一下啊，再一下。赛恩现在装备的推塔速度是不够快的。我们再回来看一下这波，包围。
前面先帮上，这波再拿 TP 来帮自己家的下路。那 CFO 看起来就是想要规划，赶快把这个下塔给点掉，至少先把守塔，先把武力撞决一个项目给拿到手。
是。6-1 ，CFO 算是非常。
Rest flashes this game. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
这确实是一个
Honestly,
同时牺牲过多。
if CFO lose here, it's just maintaining the agenda. It's maintaining the driver agenda. We need to work towards a future where driver is just the only top laner for CFO. Every game where driver wins on a carry and then rest immediately loses on one of his champions is like, it's a good day, you know?
我是蹲草蹲到吗？
哇，大绝差2秒，
就差一点啊！
Wins are still skill form dependent even at I don't know.
要不然这下路的二塔
me personally, I will never count EWC in any conversation for like any legacy.
CFO 这里是有2重的优势哦，而且搭配特朗德的关系，所以其实拆塔速度是很快的。
是，另外一边来到了上部是 Red 开车过来的，对面目标其实也是他。 被留住的 Red 非常危险，先看晕眩的效果。
Like the only thing that I've accounted EWC for is the teams that attended it being rusty heading into Summer Split because like their schedule is super fucking packed. Like needing to go from MSI straight into EWC straight into Summer Split with like no scrim time on the new meta is like brutal. So I'm fine with like teams using that as a justification for why they might have had slow starts to their split. But that's about it. That's like the only credit I'll give EWC for like any impact at all. Is it not crazy that Renekton gets solo killed there? Like, I actually think that when the dust settles, this game is still completely fine for CFO. They can still win for sure.
在他贴脸之后再丢这个 QW 嘛，那后续他在一拉开的时候，其实红 Q 是可以直接踩他 W 这个加速的位置往前去做追击的，所以就变成是你即便有多这个2段。
Oh, you know what's really funny is that so T1 fans are like the most extreme of T1 fans are like obviously delusional, right? So and there's like so when I said that I wasn't going to count EWC last year, there were a bunch of T1 fans that are like, you're only doing that because you're a T1 hater, right? Because T1 like won, and so people just thought I was like trying to like discount T1's accomplishments or something. And so then this year when T1 didn't win, I'm like, I don't want to count it. There are people who are like, oh, you're just a T1 fan, and so you're not counting it because T1 didn't win. It's like, come on, we can't have it both ways. It's like, I'm not both a T1 hater and a T1 fan. The Renekton has teleport here. Renekton can just teleport back. This is like a super winning situation for GAM. You know, I started thinking about it, and if every single LCK fan thinks I'm an LPL fan, and every single LPL fan thinks I'm an LCK fan, that probably means I'm doing something right.
池小龙吃到一半，李柏选择必须先行 all in， 但他状态并不是说很好哦。右边位置怎么办？巨尾面垂下来。
Alright, let's see it. CFO didn't even try for the objective. They like only tried to play for the fight and they still lost.
正面位置要拆台也不是问题，瑞神扛不住，阿特米斯疯狂输出。右边位置虽然李柏是冲动冲了进去，但这波剧院的伤害是绝对能打满。
Okay, Hongqiu might actually get some exit kills here. We'll see.
技能没中，
They're chasing this. Kaiwing is like wrapping around. Let's see. Pretty good flash from Artemis. Oh my gosh, is Hongkyu doing it to them? Surely not, right? There's no way. Is Hongkyu just the Mega Goat? That's crazy. Hongkyu is like unironically the only human being on his team this game. He's trying so hard to win. GAM is just inting. I mean, like, you could say that, but also, like, to be fair, Artemis actually did play that kind of well. Like, the Rakam was completely out of vision when he W'd over, and Kog'Maw was still able to react to it with flash. Otherwise, he would have just died on the spot.
所以他被下了一个虚弱的关系，后面交了闪现，其实还是直接被 Artemis 给吐死了。所以其实这个局面对于巨人来说已经可以接受，但后面 Levi 有点冲动了，想去抓后面残血的俊家，
想变身啊！
所以后面反而是因为柱子卡在这个地形位置的关系，所以直接被这个僵尸给敲死了。
后面是不是想追？可爱的大局好了，想抓这柱子卡的好，但 Artemis 反应更快。
Like, that's a clean flash from Artemis, and they end up turning that into a kill. So okay, yeah, Kiaya dipping out of the redemption is kind of trolly. That was pretty bad.
哎呦，这回来，刚似乎又有一些小小的碰撞，利拜把大局给交掉了，但 Dogo 的大局也没了。
CFO played this so bad, but Hongkyu played this so good.
重播的过程中有一些小小的交火。
That's just been the story of this entire series. Hongkyu played insane last game too. He was carrying last game on the Azir. Still winnable. Oh yeah, 100% is winnable for CFO. In fact, I think that CFO should win this game. He probably thought it was an enemy redemption. Aren't enemy redemptions red in game? I thought that like enemy redemption is like straight up just red, and then ally ones are green. CFO's gold lead. I mean, I don't necessarily care that much about the gold lead. Like, the thing that I care about is that I feel like it should be really hard to play Kog'Maw in this game. Okay, Levi's. That's tough. They might just lose Otacon for that. Like, I think that playing Kog'Maw into Trundle Orianna Rakan just sounds like really hard in my head. Okay. It's kind of sketchy. I feel like CFO like don't know whether to commit to the turn or to the Otacon. Looks like it's gonna turn out okay for them. That's kind of spooky for a second though. Like 3 of them played for the turn, and then Junjie just like completely just stayed on the Otacon. So it looked like for a split second that they might lose the fight.
所以他们的目标选择，我觉得是正确的。就是在对方吃亚塔的时候，吃亚塔的时候，选择去开右边的人。那我们现在看一下李白发生怎么回事。哎呦，转角被卡视野了。
I see.
这个草丛比较特别，是如果草丛由中间分一半的话，上面的视野跟下面的视野。
I just didn't think Trundle was gonna path that way, I guess.
俊家从河道的位置嘟到他后面去了。
是。 100被咬死之后，居然只能从抢亚塔坎变成打团战，
因为少打野嘛，所以理论上你拼不到。
Wonder if this could have been played any better.
没有去换重击，所以他目标来说肯定是想要去开
Gotta
右
think
边
about it.
队伍正面分开的 CFO 人员。
哦哟，后面红哥是卷了3个人，
卷了3个人，所以 Kiaya 往前顶的情况下，没有其他能够再去做跟进的。
是。
You hate Rod of Ages on anything mid other than Twisted Fate or Rise. So the thing about Rod of Ages is that I used to hate the item too, but the problem is that they just buffed it so many times that it's just like like at a certain point, it doesn't matter how thematically bad it is. Sometimes the numbers are just too high, you know? Like Rod of Ages is dirt cheap, and it gives you like a disgusting amount of stats. So it's like at a certain point, because it's like if Rod of Ages gave like 1,000 AP and 10,000 health, like you'd buy it, right? So it's like that means that it's at some point there's like a break point where you think you should buy it even if you don't thematically think it's a good item. And like right now I think that Rod of Ages is at that point where it's like thematically it probably doesn't make sense on like all the champions that it's getting built on, but the raw stats are just so good that it's worth it anyway.
那这样转头对于 GM 来说，应该是能够来尝试这个巴龙哦。对方的打也是倒地的。
GM 拆坦的速度太快了，而右边没想到 Home Q 竟然没巴龙了，就来杀 Kiaya。双方再一次的交战，一技能 Kiaya 只有一。
If On Q can actually kill Kiaya like fast here, then he could TP to the Baron and maybe they can contest that.
Kiaya 交闪。
那我只能说 Kiaya 也很细节，即便在逃命这40。
I think On Q is over chasing at this point. Yeah, he needs to TP. It was a good try. That was also not a good spot to TP in. He could have TP'd on mid wave, and it would have been better, I think.
是被 poke 到状态太低了吗？因为其实刚刚有看到阿提米在团战一开始他的血量本来就很少了。
They stopped the Baron. Not that bad. Doggo cleansed the Braum Q.
怎么这样？
发生什么事了？这波刚刚上半边不4个人打2个 ，CFO 守住了这波巴龙局。
CFO should get this here. The Annie doesn't have flash, so she shouldn't be allowed to get like a super good ultimate here. They can just zone with the Ori ball. They're playing for the turn on the Renekton. Looks good so far. Really good shockwave. CFO played that situation pretty well. The only thing that they did wrong was I think that Hongq got his flash blown unnecessarily by TPing to the wrong spot. But like I like how they handled that. They were obviously in a bad position because like members died and then GAM started Baron, but after that I like how they recovered it a lot.
但是被 Levi 给拉扯掉了，所以才会有后续。我们有提到，就是你利用布朗姆挂上 Q 键完之后，再搭配 Coke 魔的手长，你能够针对对方的前排一个一个来做这种单点的击破。
来到上半部，这波是已经 CFO 可以吃了。
But then I mean, like at this point, GAM should just sack it. Like Kiaya was trying to get space for the Viego here, so that Viego could ult in and try to go for the 50-50. But it was a good turn from CFO. You could tell that everybody on CFO was like talking about turning on Renekton. I like seeing that. Whether GAM is inting or not, it's nice to see that CFO are like super coordinated on what they want to do. Okay, Rest is trolling nice.
又在边线，居然又出了意外。这意外是接踵而来，甚至
You know, one thing that I have noticed about the LCP though is that I feel like LCP teams, for the most part, prioritize pushing mid too much with their Barons. Like it's usually better to push side waves and then have one person mid or 0 people mid. Usually one person, but I think that like playing sides with Baron is way better than playing mid, but a lot of LCP teams like to play mid lane. Anyways, nice little 2-0 for CFO. It wasn't clean, but they're definitely the better team, like by a significant margin. They're just way more coordinated, even when they're losing.
成为 LCP 就在第1种子。
挑战者前仆后继，但是现在在这个王座上的只有一支队伍，那就是中信飞姆利。
一场2-0的利落的胜利，终究王者还是只有一队。那我们恭喜今天的胜者。
In your opinion, is BDD Azir better than Faker? Are you talking all time, or are you talking like right now? I mean, you also asked that question 15 minutes ago, so you might not even be here anymore, but like... Faker's the greatest Azir player of all time, if that's what you're asking. Like, by a pretty large margin. You're here? Oh, that's you. I was looking at your YouTube question. I just recognized that that's the same person. That you're both Magnus. Okay, thanks for the sub, by the way.
这把2场的精彩表现，
我觉得很关键的是，他都有办法在侧面去拉扯对方。
是 ，Poro 这把比赛吸位了，最后也将对手。
Well, that was a nice series. Games went about as expected, I would say. BDD is currently the second best mid in the world. You could make an argument. All the way through spring, I had Zeka as second best mid laner in the world, but Zeka's been kind of shitting the bed in summer so far, so I would definitely like move Zeka way down. Yeah, BDD is definitely up there. Shanks has not looked amazing this split. Knight honestly has been looking pretty good. Knight looks better now than he did earlier this year, I think. I'm trying to think, is there anybody else who's even in the conversation? Probably not, right? It's probably just BDD and Knight. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, it's just BDD and Knight. Just whoever you'd want to pick out of that. I would be completely fine with anybody saying that BDD is better. Because BDD is definitely better than Faker, and he's definitely better than Zeka right now. I'm like all for that, and he's definitely worse than Chovy. So whatever you want to do with BDD versus Knight is up to you. Current rookie, rookie's actually not that great right now. Rookie is significantly worse now than he was on like Top Esports in 2022 or whatever that year was. What year was he on Top Esports? I'm pretty sure it was 2022. Yeah. No, he was on there in 2023. Okay, so when he was on this team, Victory 5, when he was on Victory 5, Top Esports, and a good portion of NIP, he was like a super elite level mid laner. He was like insanely good. And now that he's back on IG, I think that he's kind of washed. Like, I think he's definitely on the downhill at this point. So I would not have rookie in that conversation. Also, just to finish up the conversation that we were having earlier, this is my current spreadsheet, so I'll just throw it up on stream so people can see it. I only update it after every like major international tournament. So this is, and I might actually want to like relook at it a little bit more, but this is like my current list of top 10 players for each role, and then down here are players that I have like considered. So these are not in any order whatsoever. They were just at some point in the like 4 years that the spreadsheet has existed, I considered these players at some point, even if they're not good. Like I at least thought about them. So what happened to AL? I don't think that anything necessarily happened to AL. I just think, here, let me move my avatar. Here, I'll actually just move to that one. Yeah, I think that no double lift, hell no, not even close. Double lift is, so in my opinion, double lift isn't even the best NA player of all time. I would say that Bjergsen is above double lift, and I would even say that we're getting to a point where you could argue that Impact is over double lift as well. But double lift is like definitely second or third in NA. But the problem is that he has never been good internationally ever. So like that's a big mark. And then I also think that he's had a lot of splits where he just like looked weak as a whole. Like I don't ever think that double lift was like a super top tier talent. Owner is better than Peanut. Yeah, but the problem is that Peanut's been playing since like fucking 1930. Like, Peanut has been around for 10 billion years, so at some point you gotta respect it. But yeah, anyways, I don't think that anything's happened to AL to split. Like, AL were never the type of team to be able to shit stomp their way through LPL, like even in spring. Like, they were still trading games with top teams in spring. So, like, I think that, like, what AL's done this split has been pretty on brand. They looked really rusty at first because they had to endure the MSI EWC schedule. And then they like found their form. They were able to 2-0 IG, and they were able to also beat BLG when BLG was undefeated. So I think that like I don't think that AL is actually like bad or anything. I think they're just doing what they've always done, with the exception that they had a rough start to the split because of the international schedule. Wonder if the AL drama impacted them internally. Probably. I'm also not really cheering for them anymore. I don't really want to cheer for Shanks anymore. Let's see. Yeah. So again, down here, this is not in order. It says it right here, no order. So like, this is all down here. Low key, there's like, I think that On like actually did damage. I remember I actually had On in like the either like 7th or 6th, and then I moved him down after MSI because I thought he just like played so abysmal at MSI that I dropped him down, which almost never happens. It's pretty rare that I'll just drop a player down. I also, yeah, I mean, like, score was really good. I could see an argument for score all the way up to like 2nd, I think. I actually used to have score higher. There was a time where I had score as high as either 1st or 2nd, actually. But I've moved them down. My opinion on score flip-flops like frequently. 369 versus Marin and Doran. I mean, like, so first of all, Marin is not actually an elite top laner in my opinion. I think that Marin is like, Marin was really, really good at Maokai and Rumble, and he was really good for 1 year on Maokai and Rumble, and then apart from that, he was never good ever. So that's like my stance on Marin. I just don't think he's like actually in the conversation. And no, 369 is not LPL Doran. 369's whole entire thing is that he is like the matchup GOAT. So you can like pick him. I mean, like, the start of his career wasn't like that, but for the past like few years, 369 has had a reputation as just being like a rock solid top laner who can play any matchup and can play any champion, and he'll like, honestly, I would say that 369 would probably, like, a more apt comparison would be like Keen, probably. He would be like the LPL Keen. What are my thoughts on Pays right now? I was really low on Pays when he was on Gen G, and I think that currently on JDG he is like peaking. I think he's better now than he was before. I thought that when he was on Gen G, he like just benefited a lot from Gen G's system. Like, for example, the game at MSI where he played Kalista and got like 28 kills or something. Like, I didn't think that Pays played that game well. Like, that game, he was getting funneled all of the kills from his team, and then he actually threw the game. Like, Gen G were like 10k gold up, and then he like threw the game by overstepping, and then BLG actually like were able to shut him down, and they almost were able to come back. So it's like, and I just feel like that was like kind of the story of Pays when he was on Gen G, is that he was a bit of a passenger princess. But on JDG, I thought he's been good, because he's had like a lot more agency to, like, he's been like forced to have to play a more aggressive game to actually win. And so now I'm finally getting to see what Pays looks like when the pressure is on him to do stuff. And I've been impressed with what I've seen. So I think that Pays is like really promising. You don't remember Flame? Have you ever heard of a Flame Horizon before? I have the Shy marked as retired. Oh yeah, because the Shy did retire. And I never unretired the Shy on my spreadsheet, but he literally did retire. And then he just, yeah, that's crazy. Good catch. Whatever. I would like to pretend like the Shy is retired, because every year that he plays, he's just damaging his own legacy, so... As far as I'm concerned, it's fine. You know what's crazy about the Shy? Is that the Shy could have retired after 2019 Worlds, and he would still be third all-time on my list. Like, that's how good he was back then. Also, something for Faker is that Faker could have retired after 2017, and I would still have him number 1 on my mid-list. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think if there's, like, any new players who are breaking into the scene that I would consider. Like, I threw Delight on here already. I think that Delight has been good enough that he's getting to the point where you could start arguing for him if he has, like, another good few splits. Rookie over Chovy, yes. So, I think that this is very close to changing. I think if Chovy has, like, one more good year, I'd be comfortable putting him over Rookie. But the thing that, like, people don't understand about Rookie is that, first of all, while he's never made, like, he's been, like, jailed from Worlds. Like, he's like, for whatever reason, he just, like, can't make it to Worlds because his teams fucking suck. But I kind of already explained this earlier. When he was on Top Esports and when he was on Victory 5, he was, like, one of the best mid laners in the world, if not argument for best mid laner in the world. And the problem was that nobody got to see it because his teams just couldn't fucking win because he had to carry, like, corpses. Like, look at these rosters. He had Wayward and Mark on his team. So, like, how the fuck do you win with Wayward and Mark, right? And then this V5 team, this is, like, a crazy story because look at V5. Ready? Look at their tournament results. Look at this. 2021 summer, 17th place, 0-16. This was Victory 5. They were 0-16, dead last, right? Then a year later, Rookie joins and they win. Like, is that not insane? Like, what the fuck? Anyways, but the main argument for Rookie being that high is that people who only watch international tournaments might not know this, but Rookie has been, until Knight reached his peak, Rookie was the best player in the LPL for, like, or what? Maybe not player, because, like, Uzi was definitely up there at times too. But Rookie was the best mid laner in the LPL for, like, the entire stretch of time that Faker was the best mid laner in the LCK. Like, so it was. So, like, Rookie's just got insane longevity. He's been around pretty much just as long as Faker has been, and he's also been the best player in his region for the same amount of time that Faker was. And then he also, unlike Faker, who in my opinion mechanically kind of fell off once the 2020 started. Like, for Faker, his mechanics are not the same as they used to be, and he was able to make up for it because he completely changed his play style into more of, like, a playmaking focused style, and so he was able to be great that way, right? Rookie was, like, he would, like, carry teams the same way that Faker did back in like the 2013 through 2017 era. But the thing was that Rookie just, like, he kept on doing that all the way up through, like, 2024. So it's like, I just think that Rookie's just, like, a fucking insane player who's just, like, been insane for the longest time. But yeah, if Chovy has another good year or two, I'm 100% moving Chovy above Rookie. Yo, LCP, thanks for the raid. We're currently looking at my highly controversial top 10 players of all time list for each role. So now I can have 100 new people come in and debate with me. Somebody brought up the last thing that we were talking about is that somebody brought up that I still have Rookie over Chovy. And so I was explaining that I think that Chovy will retire above Rookie 100%. Because Rookie at this point is, like, massively on the decline, and Chovy's peaking, so I think that Chovy will definitely finish above Rookie. But yeah, right now I've still got Rookie up there. Honestly, maybe I'm just too much of a League boomer. Because I also have Uzi in first, which is pretty controversial at this point. Like, I think that most people would put Ruler above Uzi. Only new players you can see that would get on this list at some point are Diable, Zinni, and Siwu. Okay, so I think that Lucid is actually more promising of a young prospect than Siwu is, in my opinion. And also it's too soon to tell about Diable. Like, we have to remember that, like, for example, there was a point in time where we thought that Prince was going to be, like, the fucking next big player, right? Like, Prince was the second best bot laner in the LCK when he was on Live Sandbox. And then he went to NA, was, like, mediocre, and then he went to LPL and was also mediocre, and now he's not playing anymore. So, you gotta be careful about, like, the players that are, like, super new, and they're just, like, having, like, an insane split. It's like, we gotta wait and see. Like, are they good enough that they can actually, like, win on big stages, or, like, perform really well on big stages, and are they good enough that they'll be able to, like, sustain their career? Shouldn't Knight be above Chovy, though? Hell no. I think that Chovy is Chovy, in my opinion, is, like, the peak of League of Legends. I think that Chovy is playing better. Chovy has, like, played better League of Legends than anybody else has in the history of the game. Like, I think that relative to who the second best player was, Faker was the greatest peak of all time. Like, Faker in his prime, when he was the best player in the world, was better than the second best player than Chovy is now. So, like, if that's how you want to talk about peak, then, like, fine. But I think that, like, in terms of, like, what is the best League of Legends we've ever seen, purely from a League of Legends quality standpoint, I think that Chovy is, like, the highest we've ever seen. And Genji's best player is not Keen. Chovy is the best player in the world right now. It's not close. Like, the Chovy in, like, I said this, like, maybe 30 minutes ago, I think, but Chovy in Gen G versus HLE, LCK Spring Playoffs, Chovy's gameplay in games 1, 4, and 5 are the best games we've ever seen from any individual player ever in the history of the game, in my opinion. Also, Diamond Proc's 5th jungler, but no one else from Moscow 5 was there. Was he really that 1v9? I mean, I'd say that, like, the only other player from Moscow 5 who you could have on a list like this would maybe be, like, Alex Ich. I don't think that Gosu Pepper or Darien or Genjo were, like, that insane, comparatively speaking. But, like, the thing about Moscow 5 is that the thing that made their team so special was that team, like, basically borderline invented jungle priority, or, like, lane priority to play for jungle. And then so it's like, yes, Diamond Prox was the best player on that team, and then also, like, the team's entire strategy, because it revolved around like, jungle tempo, it's like, by default, like, that makes it Diamond Prox's team, you know? Also, Shun is, like, barely on here. Shun is, like, fucking grasping for straws on this list. I think that, like, so, if I had to, I guess another way to put this would be, like, there are some players on here who are, like, not all spots are equivalent, right? Like, the difference between Faker and Rookie is, like, a monster difference, and significantly larger than the difference between Keen and Smeb, or the difference between Mako or Carrier, or the difference between Uzi and Ruler. Like, there are a lot of positions on here that are, like, open to being moved soon, and then some positions that are just, like, completely locked in, right? Sean is like hanging on for dear life. Sean is like barely here. This, the jungle list as a whole is pretty fragile. I think that like Tarzan and Owner are actually pretty close to passing Bengi, in my opinion. I would be super down to like move Bengi down at some point. Like Bengi's best quality was that he was super clutch when it mattered most. Like he was able to play really well in big moments, but Bengi was also, his ceiling wasn't like actually that insane, and he wasn't like that consistent. So he's not as good as people remember him being. He just played at his best like in all of the right moments. So but yeah, I think that like Tarzan and Owner are pretty close to passing Bengi. Sean, on the other hand, is like borderline could be kicked off of this list any day. Like I think you could, there's an argument that you could put Tien there, you could put Karsa there, you could put Ambition, Kanavi. Honestly, probably Kanavi would be the best argument out of this bunch. You'd probably throw Kanavi in 10, would be like the change that you would make if you were gonna make something. But yeah, I think that like there are a lot of junglers on this list who are like one good year and Shun being one bad year away from them just swapping spots. And that's also a big thing for me too, is that I want to see what a lot of the players who are on the ZOFGK roster look like without Faker. Because we saw temporarily what they looked like without Faker when Faker got injured and then Poby was playing. And then we just saw all 4 players completely collapse. So it's like, it's really nice for me because I can, now that Zeus is on HLE, I get to see what Zeus looks like on HLE. And like, I still think that he's one of the best top laners in the world, if not the best top laner in the world right now. So it's like super helpful for me. Because now I feel like way more justified in thinking that Zeus is just like one of the great top laners of all time, even though he's really young. Bro, that this not the best guy? You have some crazy takes. We've got Chovy is declining, is a take. Take number 2 is that Chovy is not the best mid laner this year, and then take number 3 is that Zeus hasn't been the best top laner this year. That's like 3 insane takes. Owner is the biggest beneficiary of Faker. I mean, for me, I've always thought that T1, the times that T1 looks like the best team in the world is when Owner is like playing at his best. Like I think that there are like stretches of time where like sometimes Zeus wasn't playing as well, or sometimes Guma wasn't playing as well, or sometimes that Keria wasn't playing as well. But it's like the player on T1, in my opinion, who like turned T1 from like a really good team into a world-class team was whenever Owner decided that it was time to step up. And so like I respect Owner a lot. I think that like the times when Owner is peaking are like, his peaks are just like disgustingly insane. Like he has potential to be like so good. Like Owner at Worlds, like in the meta where Rel was a jungler, like oh my god, Owner was so fucking good. Chovy can't be the best player because Not is the best player. True. I can respect that. Yeah, Not, what role do you play? You'll automatically be number 1 on my list. Well, we'll make you honorary number 0. But yeah, I think that like the jungle list here that I have here is like this is probably the most fragile list. Like I think that the gap between 2 and 9 is not actually that large. Like the gap between like this entire block here, they're all pretty close at this point. Oh, now that there are more of you here, I can show you guys something crazy that I was doing like on an earlier stream. So you guys can tell me what your opinions of this are. This is my work in progress list of ranking every single one of Faker's teammates. This gap right here, these are players that I just straight up don't remember. Or like that I know that they played with Faker, but I like don't actually remember the games enough to be able to tell. And this also only counts games that they played on T1 when Faker was on T1. So this doesn't count like what their careers were like before and after. That's why Mata's all the way down here, is because like obviously Mata's like one of the greatest supports of all time, but when he was on T1, I did not think he looked that good. So yeah, these guys are just people who I like don't remember or want to go back and like rewatch their games because I don't actually know. And then these are just off the top of my head. Like I haven't gone back and watched any of the games. If I ever wanted to turn this into like a video or something, I would go back and watch every single one of the games, right? Because I would want to like actually do my research. But pure gut instinct, when I just like made this on the fly, this was my list. So I'm curious to know what other people's opinions are of like who they thought Faker's best teammates were. Guma number 2 IMO. So I think first of all, I think that Faker's teammates in the Zio FGK era are the best teammates he's ever had. I think that Zio FGK is like the only time that you could ever say that Faker was part of a super team. Like every single other team that Faker was part of, it was just comprised of like either standard or good LCK players, or like good, I guess what was it called back then, like fucking OGN or something, or like Challengers Career or some shit, whatever the league was called. I always thought that it was like either standard or good Korean players and then Faker. And then this is the only time where like you've had like Faker with truly top level world class talent. And then my arguments for putting them in this order, because I actually really struggled with this. This is something that I like had to think about a lot. But I have Keria in last because I think that he's been the most inconsistent member of T1. Like I think that there are some metas where Keria is like dictating what the entire world is playing, and he's like by far the best support in the world, and it's crazy. So like 2023 Spring, for example. Like 2022 Worlds and 2023 Spring are like Keria's peak in my opinion. But I also think that Keria's had a lot of struggles in the past where like there have been times where he's like not good at engaged supports. I think that like nowadays he's good at engaged supports, but I still don't think he's like world class on engaged supports. And I think there were times in the past where Keria was like a B tier engaged support player. So I think that like that hurts Keria's case a lot, is that like there were just some champions that he like wasn't able to play in moments where maybe the team would have wanted him to play it. Guma I have in third because I think that Guma's been the opposite of Keria. Apart from this year, I think that for like the 22, 23, and 24 Worlds runs, I think that Guma's been the most consistently good member of T1. So like I would say that that like Guma has like always been very solid for T1 internationally. But I just don't think that, like, Guma's ceiling has been, like, so much, like, insanely high at any point. I just think that Guma's always been, like, a very solid, great player when it matters. And then so, like, I think that you could make an argument that Guma's first, solely because of how consistent he's been for, like, all the times that T1's the top team. But for me, I just, like, I think that Oner and Zeus, when they were playing at their best was better than Guma's best. And then so, like, that's why I have them 1 and 2. Although I think you could make an argument to put these 4 in any order that you want. I could see, like, any order, and then you could argue it. But yeah, like there's some takes on here that I don't know how people feel about. Like, first of all, I think that Bang was like not actually that good. I think that Wolf was not that good. I think that Mariam was not that good. So like pretty much like the entire 2015 team, I think is like incredibly overrated. Like I think that 2015 was just Faker being like by far the best player in the world, and then the rest of his team like just benefiting from it. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a fun thing to look at, because the conversation came up because I was talking about Faker's career, and then I was like thinking about it, and I was like, Faker really hasn't actually played with that many amazing players in his lifetime. Like, for the most part, Faker just kind of like is the amazing player, and then he like has to carry teams that like wouldn't win without him. Like, I think also for the record, just because I know that Cuckley and Not are talking about it, I would agree that Chovy is worse this split than he was last split. Like, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think that Chovy is still the best player in the world. But like by less of a margin. So like I'm not disagreeing with that. But yeah, I think that if you put Prey and Gorilla on a Faker roster during the time period that Faker, Prey, and Gorilla were all really good, I think that team would have been like so much disgustingly better than like the T1s back then actually were. What about Viper? I got Viper right here. Viper's in 4th on my list. Honestly, Ruler is trying his damn hardest to make me want to put him above Uzi. He's getting there. He might already be there. Maybe it's just like at the situation where all I have to do is take off my fucking like tinted glasses, and then I'll see that Ruler is better. Do I think he can climb higher? Oh, for sure, yeah. I think that Viper will probably retire. I think that Viper and Guma will both retire above Deft, would be like my opinion right as of right now, just based on what I'm seeing. And I also think that there's a solid chance that Viper, Guma, and Ruler will all retire above Uzi. You don't think Viper is better than Guma? Well, you have to remember that Viper's been playing for 2 years longer than Guma has. And in those 2 years, he was also still like just one of the best bot laners in the world. And also, Viper's never had like the type of crazy drop off that Guma had in like the first half of spring this year. Like, Viper constantly fluctuates between being very good versus just straight up being the best bot laner in the world, and then Guma is like very sometimes but very rarely the best bot laner in the world, and then other than that, most of his career he's just been like incredibly solid, and then like that's it. Like, I don't think that Guma was ever in a position where he was like where he needed to like super hard carry. Like, in Worlds 2022, I would say that Keria was the best player on T1. And then Worlds... How would I distribute this? I think it's like, as the years have passed, I think it's like either Keria, Owner, or Zeus who have like taken turns being the best player on the team in their big international moments, but I don't think Guma's ever been the best player on the team at an international. Whereas like when EDG won in 2021, that was like just because Viper was goating it up. Who's the best ADC in the world? Like, right now? This split, it's probably Ruler. Actually, I mean, like, my personal controversial take is that I actually think that Gala's peak this split has been higher than Ruler's peak. But the problem is that Gala also has like some insane low lights where he's just playing horrible, so I wouldn't put Gala above Ruler as a whole, but I think that the best like individual ADC games that we've seen this split have come from Gala. But I would say Ruler right now. Now, I wouldn't have said Ruler last split because I think that Ruler had I think Ruler's been having a lot of problems this year, like as a whole. I think he's been losing lanes that he shouldn't be losing, and I think that I think Ruler's been losing lanes that he shouldn't be losing that aren't always Duro's fault. Like I think that sometimes Ruler is just losing the lane on his own, like regardless of what Duro is doing, which I think is like bad. And then Ruler's also had a really big problem this year that he's had honestly his whole career where he's just like been getting caught out on mid waves on timers that he shouldn't be getting caught out on. So like those two things like made me hesitate to put Ruler as like best bot laner in the world in Spring Split, but I'd be down to put him there now. IG in a nutshell is just shitting some games. It's because IG, their players are like not mechanically good enough to actually like follow up on some of the plays that they want to do, would be like my read on them. Is that like the Shy, Wei, and Rookie, and Mako, I think that all four of them are like smart players who have good ideas, and then sometimes they go to execute those ideas and they just completely shit the bed because their hands fail them. I thought that Keria was the best player at MSI, by the way. I don't know how many of you like watched my MSI Reflections video, but I know that a lot of people were saying that they thought that Ruler was the best player at MSI, but I thought that Keria was the best player at MSI. Actually, if I really wanted to come out with the heat, I don't even know if this is a controversial take. I feel like I'm pretty disconnected from the community as a whole on like what their opinions are, because like I don't really interact with any of the analysts or casters or like community or anything. I just kind of watch the games on my own for the most part, and then like have my own opinion. So I have no idea like what people's overall takes are, or, like what the community's takes are. But in my personal opinion, I think that Thanatos, who's the top laner for C9, I think he's definitely up there. Like easily top 10 top laner in the world right now. I think that guy's been insane. I don't know where I'd put him on the list. I don't feel like making a list right now, but he's definitely in my top 10. You interact with some of the LCK casters pretty frequently on Twitter, so you can roughly give a consensus of their views. I mean, like, here's the real truth about the LCK, alright? Whatever whatever Jonah Strong thinks is true, and that everybody else is wrong. That's the actual LCK take. Ox is the best English analyst. Are we talking about like analyst as in like caster analysts? Like casters only? Or are you saying that you think that Ox is like the best just straight up analyst? Like for League? Or not Atlas, sorry, I mean Ox. I don't know why I said Atlas. Like, are you saying that you think that Ox is the best caster analyst, or are you saying that you think that Ox is the best analyst? Also, no, you did not spell chronicler right. Good try, though. You were close. Ox is the best LCK global caster analyst. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's a fine take. Thing with casters that they need to be good entertainers, they need to be experts. I think it's a good thing if casters have a lot of knowledge about the game, but I think it's a bad thing if casters attempt to interject their opinions too much into the cast. Because I think that if a caster is giving their own personal opinion, then it's like it like removes from the quality of the cast, because it just gives people who are watching something to disagree with, which is like not what you want from a caster. It's like you don't watch League for the casters, in my opinion. Like, or at least I don't think you should watch League for the casters. I think that you should watch League for the League, and casters should be like an accessory to that like makes watching League better. Like, I think that if a caster wants to express their game knowledge by like giving a bunch of their own opinions, they should try to be a co-streamer instead. Like, I think that like that's like that co-streamers should be the ones who are interjecting their opinions, or even like the analyst desk if you want to be like an analyst who sits on the analyst desk on a cast. But I think that while you're casting, you want to like try to be as objective as possible and just relay the information that's actually happening on the screen. Like, in my opinion, I think that the best caster right now is Captain Flowers, but Captain Flowers is like a diamond player. I think that Captain Flowers peaked like Diamond 3 on Skarner or something like that. It's like if any of the ESPN NBA analysts are ruining NBA games. Yeah, but like the thing is that Stephen A. Smith, he can ruin the NBA with his analyst as much as he wants, or like fucking like Skip Bayless or something. They can ruin it as much as they want, because they're not who you're listening to when you're watching the game, right? They're who you're listening to in between the games, like at halftime, or they're what you're listening to after the game, so it's fine. When you're actually watching the game, you're listening to different announcers whose job is to just convey the information that's happening in the game and try to make the game as hype as possible. And their job is not to have like a professional opinion on like what the teams are doing wrong or something necessarily, right? So it's like, I don't necessarily mind that Stephen A. Smith has crazy controversial opinions, because when Stephen A. Smith is on my screen, I'm watching content where I'm looking for crazy opinions, right? Like, I'm looking for somebody who will tell me, like, what they actually think about the game. So I don't mind when like out of game analysts have like super big opinions. You can know a lot about the game without being good at the game. I mean, yes and no. I don't know. I'm constantly coin flipping on my opinion of that. Sometimes I'll wake up and I'll be like, no, you have to be actually good at the game, and then other days I'll wake up and I'll not care. Medic, I think, like, has like a really good voice for casting. And he's like good at making hype moments hype. But I feel like sometimes Medic is too quick to criticize players. Like, there are definitely times where I'm watching Medic and he says something and I'm just like, and I just like actively disagree with him, and then it just like can make the game frustrating to watch. But for the most part, I would say that Medic is pretty solid. But like, that is one of my big pet peeves, is that I really just don't enjoy watching casters who try to take things that like aren't actually cut and dry, that you can definitely have opinions on, and then they like try to express their opinion in such a way that like they have to be right. Like, I feel like there are a lot of casters who do that, and I really don't like watching that. And that's something that Captain Flowers never does. Like, that's part of the reason why I like Captain Flowers so much, is because he is very, very good at keeping his cast like as objective as possible. I mean, the main thing that I think that Captain Flowers is really good with, though, is that I think that like a caster's job is to convey the information that's happening on the screen, right? And I think that like a really, really great metric for how good a caster is at that is if you watch the game with your eyes closed. Like, if you turn the game on and you close your eyes and you listen to the caster, can you tell what's going on in the game? And I think that Captain Flowers is really, really good at that. I think that Captain Flowers is like insanely good at relaying all the information that's on the game, even if you're not looking at the game, which is just like a talent that I really, really appreciate. Whereas there's like a lot of other tier 1 casters where if I close my eyes, I can't tell what's fucking happening. Like, at all. Like, they just like, there are some casters who, like, I would say that like most of the casters, they cast in such a way that they assume you're watching the game, or that they assume you understand the game, and it's like, I don't really think that's the role of a caster overall. Oh, you know who I... Okay, and when I say this, I swear on my life I'm not biased. But you know who I actually think are, like, super underrated English casters are Vestion and Blue Panda, who are the English casters for the LCP. Like, I swear on my life I'm not biased. Because, like, when those words come out of my mouth, it just sounds like I'm fucking bullshitting, because that's the region that I have co-streaming rights for. But, like, when I first started watching LCP, I was like, I only wanted to watch the Taiwanese cast, because I've had like such a bad experience with watching English casts. Like, when I watch LCK, I watch the Korean broadcast, and when I watch LPL, I watch the Mandarin broadcast, because I just like, I don't want to listen to the English casters for those broadcasts most of the time. Same thing when I watch LTA South, I watch their official broadcast instead of any of the English ones. And then so when it came to the LCP, I was like, oh, I should probably listen to the Taiwanese broadcast. And then when I'm on stream, for the most part, I do. But then I went back and I, like, just, like, out of curiosity, I went and I listened to the English casters for LCP, and I was surprised. They're actually, like, really good. Like Vestion and Blue Panda are very easy casters to listen to. In fact, I might... There might be a few streams where I flip on the English cast instead of the Taiwanese cast. Like, just to show you guys what their casting sounds like. Anyways, if you guys want to keep on talking about your opinions on League, then feel free to do so. Honestly, I think it'd be fun if you guys like joined my Discord server, because I feel like there's not enough people in my Discord server who actually talk about esports and use my esports channel. There's like some, but there's not that many. I wish there was more. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream because I wanna like go eat and then like relax for a bit, because I was working for a few hours before I started stream. Also, I'm gonna start pointing this out because I'm actually like not sure who knows and who doesn't, but on YouTube, on my second channel, so this is my main channel right here, and then my second channel here, I've been posting LCP highlights. So I've got like a bunch of the games, and I've been like posting just like highlight videos for them. So if anybody ever isn't able to check out the co-stream, or like doesn't want to watch the co-stream or something and just wants like the abridged version of what happens, I've got these. So on my second channel. Yep. Alright, well, let's see. You think the people in my Discord will think you're rage baiting? Oh my god. Okay, if you like rage baiting, what you need to do is... Here, let me... Have you ever heard of the... Okay, so there's another League of Legends LoL esports YouTuber who like makes a bunch of videos. His name is Andrew DiStefano. It's this guy. Have you ever seen this guy before? He makes a bunch of League videos. He's like constantly on the grind. He's like crazy on the grind. But Andrew, his whole entire thing is that he's like really big on stats. So he's always like ranking teams and players based on like what their stats are, right? So his Discords are like, okay, I like Andrew. I think that Andrew's a cool guy. I think that like his opinions are like fine. He like has his niche and he sticks to it, and he like doesn't try to talk about things that he doesn't know about. It's like, so I respect him a lot. I like a lot of his content. That said, his fucking Discord server, oh my god, dude. The people in here are so... Okay, if you ever want to want to kill other people, like if you ever just like feel the desire to like want to like murder other people, right? Because their opinions are just so bad, you should go in the server and then express any opinion about League whatsoever, and I swear on my life somebody in the server will tilt you beyond repair. Like somebody in the server will just like it's so crazy how many like just like insane takes appear in the server every single day. It's like honestly like a miracle. Like this guy, for example, like literally I scrolled up for 2 seconds. This guy, Elogia or Elogia, however you pronounce this name, this person is like, he's one of the most delusional people I've ever met in my entire life. Yeah, I don't know. That server is a great time whenever you want to like just have like a crazy silly argument about League. Like there were people in that server telling me that Aki was like a top 2 jungler in LPL and that he was the best player on the OMG teams. Like where else have you ever heard in your entire life of a server where somebody tried... I'm not joking, by the way. Here, I'll control F it right now. Let me go back to the server. I'll like fucking find it. Like here, Aki. We'll scroll to the last time that I was talking about him. Let's see. Because it would have been a couple of years ago, I think. Oh, here. Okay. I love this server, man. This server is so funny. Alright, so, oh yeah, alright, so up here they were talking about how, yeah, look, this person said Aki and Shanji can't do it all, implying that Aki and Shanji are the best players on the team, right? And then he said Aki's, like, very underrated. And then somebody's like, he was really excellent. And then I was like, Aki is the worst player on the team, right? Because Aki was the worst player on the team. So this guy's like, surely. This guy says that I'm playing devil's advocate on purpose. Like, there's like somebody who's saying that like I don't watch League games. It's like, dude, this server is so fun to just like fuck around in. Yeah, I'll remember that conversation for the rest of my life. The conversation where everybody in the server was trying to tell me that Aki like wasn't dog shit. Aki never was the best player on any of his teams. Oh, he was frequently the worst player on teams. Like here, let me look at his career. Like, the only thing Aki has going for him is that, like, his mechanics are, like, good sometimes. But his brain is not good. Like, he was... starting here, like, because this is, like, the OMG teams that, like, really mattered. I think that, Aki and Cold were both arguably the worst player on that team. Although Cold, like, had upside. Cold had, like, a really fun champion pool. But as soon as the team became... Shanji, Aki, Cream, Abel, and then PP God. Like, this team that stuck together for a while, Aki was by far the worst player on this team, in my opinion. Like, I don't even think it was close. I think that Aki was just, like, not good on that team. And then I also thought that Aki was the worst player on all of these NIP rosters. He's not the worst player he wasn't the worst player on this NIP roster. I think that Solo Kill was the worst player on this NIP roster. But now Aki's on, fucking Thunder Talk, and I think he's the worst player on the Thunder Talk team, so... Where is Abel? Abel was last seen on OMG, and he got benched for Starry. And it's funny, because I think that Starry is still significantly worse than Abel. But they just decided to play Starry anyway. Yeah, they went from Abel to Starry. I remember there was a time period where they were both on the same team, and they were just choosing to play Starry over Abel. And I was, like, losing my mind, because I thought that Starry was ass, and I thought that Abel was still good. So you think Andrew makes numerous mistakes in his interpretation of player statistics? Difficult to argue with him. Well, I think the thing with Andrew is that I've always thought that he was consistent. Like, I personally don't think that stats actually matter. Like, I will always be an eye test person. Like, I'm 100% always eye test, and then I'll ignore stats. So I, like, completely disagree with like Andrew on whether or not you should use stats when, like, talking about games, right? But I think the thing that I like about Andrew is that I feel like he's very consistent. Like, I feel like he like, I don't agree with how he uses stats, but I think that he always uses stats in the same way. So, and it's like, I think that as long as your arguments are consistent, it's like something that I can work with, you know, even if I disagree. So I'm okay with that. Andrew thought Brance was the best Brazilian ADC. That's because Brance was the best Brazilian ADC for a really long time. Well, I wouldn't say, like, for a really long time, but there was definitely a time period where Brance was up there. Like, Brance had multiple splits where he was better than Teton. He was pretty much always better than B-Boy. because he had great teams, but he didn't. Like, he was on one good team. He was on Loud for a split. But, like, when he was on, like, when he was on this Fluxer team, and then when he was on Red Knits for, like, the first portion, I thought that he was very good. Like, I thought that this entire stretch, he was pretty good. I don't know. Like, I think if you discount 2025, like, if we just pretend like 2025 doesn't exist, because, like, obviously he's not playing right now. Like, 2024, all the way through 2022 when he started playing on Loud, I think that he's always been, like, at minimum a top half bot laner in the region. And there were definitely stretches of time where he was, like, the best or the second best. So, I think he's been pretty good. Do I know why he isn't playing? Isn't it like ego things? I heard that it was like personality-based reasons. But I could be misremembering. Like, I'm pretty disconnected from the LTA South as a whole, but what I heard was that it was like, mental things, like mental issues. And that it was not gameplay related. Did he do some dumb shit? Is he like a criminal now or something? I just heard that it wasn't gameplay related. I thought it was like an ego thing. What was the reason why he's not playing then? He harassed someone sexually. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that would do it. Well, except apparently not, because there's plenty of players in the LPL and the LCK who did that, and they're still fucking hanging around, so... Like, Photic is on that list. Knight is on that list. Obviously, like... Shanks didn't sexually harass anyone, but he did recently brutally harass a woman online, so, like... Knight did what? Knight... was okay. I've like there were times in the past where I misspoke on what exactly happened, so let me double check and make sure that I'm not saying anything incorrect. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, so things that definitely happened for sure is that Knight definitely cheated on his ex-girlfriend. And then while he was cheating, let me double check. There was something to do with a forced abortion. Like he forced somebody to have like an abortion of his own child against his will, or against her will. So yeah, I don't want to speak too much on the situation because I don't know exactly what happened, but it was a couple of years ago. It was like 2023 or something, and it involved cheating on his then girlfriend, and then I'm pretty sure the person who he cheated on with, she got pregnant, and then he made her get an abortion against her will. So that's like, I think that's like the general gist of what happened. But yeah, basically, I hate Knight. I have like a fucking hate boner against Knight. Like, I want that guy to lose everything because of that. So. The Knight cheating abortion drama is a rumor that the X spread. It's not. There are gonna be people who will tell you that it's a rumor, but Knight actually. So first of all, he apologized for it. Like, he admitted to it and apologized, and then deleted the apology. So it's like, to me, that's pretty damning, like, on its own. And then the second thing is that, like, I've talked to, like, a few of the people who actually, like are in China and, like, experience the situation firsthand. And the common trend that I keep on noticing is that the people who are, like, deniers of it, who are, like, on Knight's side and saying that the situation is overblown, are all men. And then the people who are all saying that, like, Knight definitely did something wrong and that Knight is, like, definitely a bad person are all women. And so it's just, like, you know, when I just add up those trends together, really, really makes me want to, like, err on the side of, like, he probably definitely did it, you know? Because for the most part, China's league scene definitely has a problem with sexism. I mean, like, all the league scenes do, right? But I just notice it, like, especially with China. So when it comes to Chinese controversies related to cheating or, like, sex scandals, I'm gonna be more inclined to believe what the women are saying as opposed to what the men are saying. I mean, like, look at what happened with Shanks. Like, Shanks teamed up with Icon and Mole, I think it was. Mole was the third person to, like, do some pretty fucking bad shit. Like, harass a woman online, like, pretty brutally. And for his punishment, he wasn't suspended for any games. He has a bunch of defenders for no reason. And then the only punishment that he got was that he's, like, being denied, like, a salary bonus that he was gonna get. Like, what the fuck? Like, is that not crazy? Like, I don't think he should... I don't know if he should be out of the league. Like, I don't know if I would say that, but he should definitely be punished a whole lot more, that's for sure. Feels like it came from nowhere. Well, I mean, like, the thing is that that's just kind of how, I don't know. I feel like most of the LPL players are gonna be like that, to be honest. Like, the more things that get released. Oh, also, I don't maybe so when you're saying that you're confident that the drama is fake, you might be mistaking that for Xiaohu, because Xiaohu also had, like, an abortion scandal, like a forced abortion scandal. But his was the one who was, like, over dramatized and probably, like, mostly fake. So you might be thinking about that. Xiaohu was the one who might be cleared of suspicion. where the girlfriend like made up a lot of it. Or maybe not even girlfriend, maybe there was like whatever. Like Jahu was the one where like a girl like fabricated stuff against him. But just the fact that there are like 2 players who got into a scandal like that in the first place is crazy. And then also you have Photic, aka Showdicker, who apparently like sent unsolicited dick pics to a bunch of women. So that's cool. So Photic is just a sexual harasser, so that's pretty neat. You have Huang Feng, who like cheated on his girlfriend with like 5 people and then kept on doing it afterwards. I think that like the funniest one is probably, oh yeah, Photic's nickname in China is Showdicker. That's just his nickname. So also apparently, and I haven't seen the pictures, so I don't know, but apparently, allegedly, it's really small. But anyways, that aside, there was a controversy. Okay, this is actually my favorite one because I actually like don't care at all. So Leian, who was like a jungler, got suspended for games because he was on stream humping a teddy bear. And like I remember watching the clip and it like wasn't even that bad. And it's like he got suspended for that, and then Shanks isn't being suspended for anything. Like it's so insane to me that like Leian gets suspended for quote unquote humping a teddy bear, and then Shanks is like allowed to just keep on playing after harassing women, you know? Seems like a little bit of a... Doesn't really seem that fair to me. In Brazil, there was a jungler that was criminally charged for sexual harassment. Did you know that in Japan, there was a mid laner who was, who's in jail for life because he murdered somebody? It's my boy Yaharong. Just straight up murdered someone. One O IRL solo kill. I'm ending my YouTube stream, by the way. My YouTube stream does not need to